God morgen alle sammen. Jeg må stå her borte sånn at jeg ser dere skikkelig. I have to stand here so that I can see you properly. Warm welcome everybody. Welcome to you present here in the audience. Not too many here, but we are also accompanied by almost 100 participants online. They are following us in a YouTube channel, and they will also be invited to submit questions to the speakers and comments like you. Welcome also partners in the PASSie project. We met yesterday evening for the first time physically in this project. Our earlier meeting and planning of the conference have all been online. And Zoom is a good tool, but it isn't the same as meeting in person. So this is a big event for us, and we are really looking forward to this conference. And finally, welcome also to the invited speakers, our key speaker, Jack Naglieri, and to Kathleen Krisa and Stefano Taddei from US and from Italy. You all presenters, speakers, will be presented in turn. My name is Gunvor Sønnesyn, and together with Morten Hem behind there, I represent PASSie-konferansen, the coordinating partner of the PASSie project. And the project, we must tell also, is supported by EU under the Erasmus Plus program. PASSie is a short form for PASSie, pedagogisk verksted. In English, pedagogical workshop. Because we want to be exactly a pedagogical workshop. And that's also what we want this conference to be. A workshop in which the speakers contribute, of course, but we all contribute in discussions, in the sessions designated for that, but also in breaks, lunches, and for those who want to join the dinner this evening. Our wish is that research and practice will meet and enrich each other during this conference. And then we need a contribution from each of you to make that happen. Your experiences are important, whatever field you are working in. And online participants, please submit your questions the way you are instructed to. Planning, attention, simultaneous, successive, PASS theory is the real issue in this conference with its applications, and we will focus its relevance for inclusive education. So let us have a look then at the foundation for inclusive education, not only in Norway, not only in Europe, but throughout the world, from the UN conference in Salamanca, Spain, 1994. The declaration, the statement written after that conference is still a significant paper for inclusion. And let's look at what it says in its paragraph 2. And let's highlight some of these elements which is really related to what we are going to speak about in this conference. Every child has a fundamental right to education and must be given the opportunity to achieve and maintain an acceptable level of learning. And second, every child has unique characteristics, interests, abilities, and learning needs. And education systems should be designed and educational programs implemented to take into account the wide diversity of these characteristics and needs. Those with special educational needs must have access to regular schools, which should accommodate them within a child-centered pedagogy capable of meeting these needs. And when looking at my own country, looking at the situation in Norway, I think we have succeeded quite well with the accommodation. But the rest of these points are maybe not equally successful. So let's also not forget the child, the adolescents. The example I will invite you to meet here is a child in the beginning of her schooling, and you will meet her represented by her mother. But tell us first a little bit about her background.
Yeah. My daughter, she came to Norway when she was 5 years old. She came from an orphanage in China, well, partly an orphanage and partly a home for disabled. She was at the level of a 1-year-old when she arrived. She weighed 12.5 kilos, very petite, very tiny. And well, she didn't have a language. She couldn't make drawings, she couldn't run, she couldn't jump. She was very much behind in every aspect. But she did have like the will to move on. And step by step she...
Excuse me. Question. But tell us first a little bit about her background.
And after 1.5 years of school, I asked her, would you like to start over again in the first grade? And she said, yes. So we started over again. And it went a lot better. And she could keep up in some of the subjects. She could, well, she's very good at sports. And she learned to run and to jump and very energetic. But language was still very difficult for her. And well, she was tested. She went through different tests, but none of the tests revealed what the problem might be. So that's when I came to you and said that this can't be. She's bright, she's smart. Well, she just had to start at, you know, to learn everything a 1-year-old should have learned at the age of 5 and take it from there. So yes, she's behind, but she's learning and she's catching up. So it can't be that she's just, you know, she's having general learning difficulties.
Let's stop there. We will highlight the PASS theory in this conference because we strongly believe that it has significance for every child's opportunity to achieve and maintain an acceptable level of learning, that it will help us understanding every child's unique characteristics, abilities, and learning needs, and also helping us take into account the wide diversity of these characteristics and needs, and provide a child-centered pedagogy capable of meeting these needs. So, some practical issues. Before I introduce to you the first speaker, toilet are downstairs, the same stairs as you came up. Coffee and lunch will be offered here in this room. Of course, you can go out as well in the breaks. But then please help yourself to be back in time after the breaks. And we will inform about the times as the day goes on. And now, let me introduce the first speaker, Jack Naglieri. Jack, we are very happy that we have you here now to speak to this audience and the bigger audience online. Jack Naglieri is one of the authors of the PASS theory, and author and co-author of numerous scientific articles and book chapters about the PASS theory and its application, and a lot of other things. He is now a professor emeritus of psychology, but still working to bridge psychological science with psychological practice. His 45-year professional efforts have focused on the application of traditional and new types of intelligence and personality tests and rating scales for intervention and diagnosis. In his semi-retirement, he has continued to advocate for the empirically supported use of various forms of assessment, in particular the use of intelligence tests that are based on brain functions, fair and equitable, and informative for instruction. Jack Naglieri, the table is yours.
Thank you, Gunvor. Diego, am I on now? I'm on? Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Wait, one more time. Hi, everybody. Much better, much better. It's really a pleasure while Diego sets us up here. I just want to take a moment to say how much I appreciate all of you being here, all of what you do to help us understand the value of PASS, and especially to Gunvor and Morten for many, many years of work and support of the tools that I've developed, especially the CAS. And without them, we wouldn't have a Norwegian and a Swedish version of the CAS. And I think many children would not be as well understood. So I thank you, Morten, and Gunvor just walked out. I don't know what to say. But no, thank you so very much. And from decades that we've worked together and all the things that we've done together on behalf of children. So it's a real pleasure. And Diego, am I ready now? And which remote? Is it this the remote that I'm using? Yes.
Do you want to use it?
Sure. It's a 50-50 chance if it goes in the right way, but every time I plug it in, it's wrong. So it works. I have to tell you, I took this picture about a couple of months ago, and I just loved the sky. But then I thought, it's a wonderful way to welcome everybody. So welcome to you all. I'm glad that you are here. Diego, do I need to stand in this particular spot? I can't move? You don't want me to? Okay. It's really hard for we Italians to stand in one place. I'll try not to move very much. Anyway, really, it is a pleasure to be here today. And I just want to take a moment, obviously, in the online portal. Morton, you're monitoring the online portal, right? Yes. I'd like to know if you can ask people to, do they have a chat option?
I have asked them that they can chat here, and I will come with questions.
Okay, I'd just like to know who is here today, like how many people are psychologists who administer the PASS. Can I see hands, please? Okay, I know some of you are. You do? Okay, okay. So please excuse me if I don't use the right term. I'm going to turn it around. How many people use the PASS here? Okay, okay. How many people are teachers here? Oh, okay. Teachers too, yes. Okay, okay. Did I leave out anything? Okay, so mostly people who use and some teachers. And of course, our goal is to merge those two, to blend those two, right? And when Kathleen and I speak tomorrow, we'll be very explicit about how you blend PASS with teaching. So that would be really fun. All right, thank you. So we're going to start off today by calming down. We're going to take about 45 seconds or a minute just to kind of breathe and get ready to learn. And I will play this little song that I wrote to set the mood for that. Okay? So we're just going to, if you want to close your eyes, you can. If you want to just breathe, here we go. Ready? Now we're ready. We travel, we try to get there on time. Now we leave all that behind, and we're ready to learn and think together, because that's what we'll be doing today. Now, a few things. I skipped that slide. Where to go for information? You can go to these two websites of mine. You can also scan these QR codes. And I'll leave this up here for a moment if you want to do that. And if you go to these spots, you can get this handout, exactly what I'm going to show you today. So there's really no reason for you to have to try to write something down that you see on there, because you can easily get this exact PowerPoint handout. The one on the left will be about PASS theory. This is the one actually that I'll use later on in the week when we give a presentation on gifted identification. So this is the latest technology that I'm employing here. So if it doesn't work, make sure you tell me. Okay? All right. I want to make sure that everyone's gotten the QR codes. Okay, great. Now, I'm going to use a simultaneous processing instruction right now. Yeah, I should teach the way I think children should be taught. Right? So I want to give you the big picture, right? Does that translate okay, big picture? Yeah, I'm going to help you see this so that we can understand all the details. So the very first point, the results of an intelligence test can change the course of a student's life. Do I need to use that microphone?
No,
okay.
If you want to go away from that one, you had to use it.
No, I have this one here.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yes. Okay. So that was an attention problem right there, right? All right. Let's just think about this for a second. When we evaluate a student, we will change the course of that student's life. So the test that you choose has a profound impact on what you know. And then when you know more accurately about the student, I would say, then you can do a better job of helping that student. So what we need in intelligence tests, I think, first of all, whatever we have, they need to be fair for diverse populations, like the video that Gunvar just showed. The child who was impoverished, the child who was not nourished, that child can be evaluated appropriately if the test doesn't demand knowledge. We want to understand why a student fails. A score doesn't tell us that. The meaning of the score tells us that. And the meaning is the critical part. That's, I think, where we, for many years, have been lacking. We want to understand strengths and weaknesses. I think too often we rely on finding out what's wrong, and we also need to find out what's right, what's good, where the child is strong. Use that strength, and we will. And of course, what good is diagnosis if you don't connect it to intervention? They have to go together. So, I think in the simplest terms, what we need to do is measure how well a student can think to learn. And of course, the important question then is, what do you mean by thinking? And I would suggest that thinking should be based on brain function. If you go to the psychological literature, there's lots and lots of terms and ideas that people have talked about, whether it's visual and auditory, whether it's working memory, whether it's metacognition and so on. There's many terms that describe thinking. To me, what we need is a clear vision of what thinking is, but based upon brain function. That's why we base PASS on Luria in the neuropsychological perspective. And of course, if you have a theory, it's only good if you can measure it. Other people have come up with theories of intelligence, but they haven't been able to operationalize the measurements. So it might be interesting reading, but in the end of the day, does it really matter? If you have a multiple intelligences, for example, of Howard Gardner, if you can't measure it. Measure it with reliability and validity, by the way. So this is the big picture for what I will finish talking about here in a little bit. And what I'll talk about in this session and the next, and what we'll do later on tomorrow. So this is my simultaneous processing instruction for you today. And let's take a few steps. So these are the topics that I will cover today. I want to share with you why I do what I do. The why is important. It's very important to always understand that. We'll put everything in historical context, and then I'll show you research that tests my view about what we need in our field to be more effective. We'll talk about PASS theory, and I'll do all of that and stop at 11 o'clock, right? Okay. So, in 1975, I was a school psychologist in this school in New York, where I grew up on Long Island. I was 25 years old. I was just starting. I was doing what I was taught to do. Give a whisk, give an achievement test, and other things. And I still remember so vividly how I was uncomfortable because the intelligence test I gave, the whisk, asked vocabulary, information, similarities, arithmetic, and the achievement test I gave also had vocabulary and information and arithmetic. And I remember thinking, that doesn't feel right. It doesn't seem right that these two things, which are supposed to be different, look so much the same. It just seemed wrong to measure intelligence using questions that clearly measured achievement. In 1981, after I got my PhD from the University of Georgia, and then I got my first teaching job in Arizona in the United States, there's a very large Native American population in Arizona. And I actually traveled to this school in the Grand Canyon to test, to help understand why some students were not doing well in school. And this is actually my report from 1981. And the whisk, and you can see low verbal, mostly average on nonverbal. And what did I write? That the performance score of 95 was in the average range. The verbal score of 52 should not be considered an estimate of intelligence. And I got a lot of pushback from my fellow psychologists at the university who were saying to me, no, Native Americans, their left brains are not as developed as their right brains, so that's why the nonverbal side is high and the verbal side is low. And I remember thinking, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. They don't speak English like my grandfather, who, if I would have tested, would have had the same profile, because as he would say, no speakity English, right? Because he was an immigrant. So I wrote my first paper on this topic in 1982. The title was, Does the WISC measure intelligence for non-English speaking children? The answer is clear, no. But it's a fundamental flaw of our understanding of what intelligence might be because of the way that we measure it. And WISC 5 today still has the same in it. It hasn't changed. Now, how can we measure intelligence in a way that measures thinking in a way that's not confounded? Is that word okay, confounded? Yeah, confounded by knowing. So I love this. This is, as you might know, my Naglieri nonverbal ability test uses these kinds of, we call progressive matrices. How do you solve this? Well, you, oops, hit the wrong button, sorry. You first have to look at that and that to figure out what goes there. You can do it in any order, it doesn't matter. And turn it upside down, it's always the same. So it's an analogy, right? It's like this. Girl is to woman as boy is to what? Man. Thank you. But the structure of the question is the same. But this involves a little bit of knowledge. So does this. 3 is to 6, as 4 is to what? 8. Okay. But you see the kind of analogy that's really being built there? Now, very little knowledge, a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of knowledge. Now I'm going to give you the one with the most knowledge. Who knows the answer to this? Nobody. I do. This is music. C7 is to F as E7 is to A. I don't even have to think about it. So, you all would be considered not very intelligent if these were the kinds of questions I asked you. Just like the little girl that Gunvor described a little while ago, right? So what do we really want to measure? We want to measure thinking in a way that's not confounded by knowledge. That's our goal. And I realized that we should measure intelligence in a way that's not dependent upon knowledge. I realized that especially when I evaluated that girl in 1981. And I was convinced that we had to do it differently. And so I started with my matrices tests. And one of the real beauties of being a test author is you have the standardization data. That means that's a research study, right? I don't have to go and get the data myself. The publisher gets it. So I always demanded of all my publishers that I have access to the data. So I published all these papers and found no differences by race, no differences by gender, if you measure thinking in a way that's not confounded by knowing. And on the next edition, I did the same thing. No differences by race, no differences by ethnicity. Strong correlation with achievement. That's the validity question. And I did it over and over and over and over again on all my different nonverbal tests, and always got the same answer, that you can measure thinking in a way that's not confounded by knowing. All my nonverbal tests, we looked at, always got the same result. But here's the thing. Using a nonverbal test of general ability is not enough for what we do. The concept of general ability is not sufficient for what we do. We need to do more. And that's why PASS, because PASS measures more than just general ability. So, but let's just pause for a second and think, why do we measure intelligence with a WISC or a Stanford-Binet or a Woodcock cognitive or a differential ability scale? Why do we do it that way? It's because of these guys. I actually learned something about Binet that I didn't know as I've been preparing for a lot of my presentations these days. So Binet developed, he had his 1905 edition, the 1908 edition, where he added items. And then when he created the 1911 edition, he took out the questions that depended on school learning. Terman put them back in, because Terman thought vocabulary, reading comprehension, word analogies, arithmetic word problems, all of these he thought were the highest form of intelligence, verbal, abstract reasoning. So Binet was on the right track. Terman took us on the wrong track, because Terman's student, author Otis, was instrumental in the development of the U.S. Army's Alpha and Army Beta, which became the Wechsler. You see how it's all connected? Wechsler was a military examiner. He used the Army Alpha and the Army Beta, and that became the Wechsler verbal and nonverbal sides. That's why our intelligence tests look the way they do. And you can see whose book I have a copy of. See why it's so important to understand? Because if you think about it, why measure intelligence the way Wechsler did? Or the way that Binet did? Or the way that Joachim and Yerkes described in their book on Army mental tests? Why? It was just the first try. But it's lasted 100 years. And that's the problem. But really, really interesting, if you read Rudolf Pintner, who's one of my real heroes, he said, we didn't start with a clear definition of general intelligence, but borrowed from everyday life a vague term implying all-around ability, and was still trying to define it more strictly. He wrote that in 1923. Still doing that. But if you read Wechsler defined intelligence as a global capacity of the individual to act purposefully, think rationally, deal effectively, very sexist, his environment. And Wechsler never believed in different kinds of intelligences. He believed in this concept of general ability. But really, look at this quote from Pintner. A good intelligence test must avoid as much as possible anything that's commonly learned. In a broad sense, this rests on differentiation between knowledge and intelligence. 1923, nearly 100 years ago. And Pintner did a lot of what we would call today nonverbal tests. Now, just to illustrate how absurd this is, if you like the CHC field, for example, I'm gonna pick on Dick Woodcock. Kathleen, can I have my bottle of water, please? I'm gonna pick on Dick Woodcock. So here we have the Woodcock cognitive intelligence test, thank you, and Woodcock's achievement test. And look at the two questions across these two supposedly different tests. Well, they both have vocabulary, but look at the question. Here's the question. Tell me another word for big. The correct answer, large, gigantic, huge, okay? Now, on the achievement test, point to the word large on the subject page. Tell me another word for large. It's the same question. This is wrong. I don't use that word lightly. It's a strong word to say it's wrong, but it's wrong. You got to decide. Is vocabulary achievement or is it intelligence? You can't put it in both places. This is why I get agitated when my colleagues say, well, our cognitive test correlates so highly with our achievement test, that's why it has validity. And I say, no, it has criterion contamination. You're asking the same damn question twice. It's not right. It's a problem. And I could give you lots and lots and lots of examples. But I'm not going to, because here's, sorry, sometimes my Godfather voice gets a little out of control. So watch out. All these tests demand knowledge. So how can you really measure intelligence if you're so much of what you're measuring depends on what a person knows? Doesn't make sense. Now, there is a very important point. It's very esoteric, but important. Oftentimes people will say, well, the WISC is not biased because we did all the bias research. But bias is not, thank you, I'm good, thank you. Bias and equity are different things. The standards for educational and psychological tests make it really clear. If a person has had limited opportunities to learn the content in a test of intelligence, that test may be considered unfair because it penalizes students for not knowing the answers, even if the norming data do not demonstrate test bias. So how do you know if a test is equitable or not? Look at the questions. If they demand knowledge, that's a problem. And how do you know it experimentally? You look to see if there are differences in the mean scores earned by people who differ in the amount of knowledge that they have. So, I will publish this book in a month with two colleagues who I've done a lot of work with in the gifted area that I study. There's a lot of information here, but let me help you understand what I did. I went to the literature and looked to see where is there evidence of, in the US, race differences and ethnic, Hispanic, non-Hispanic differences. And I simply put all the tests that have knowledge in them up here, and all the tests that don't measure knowledge down here. And just calculated the mean differences, standard score differences, IQ type scores. And even if we just kind of step back and take big picture, we see, 5 to 9, 3 to 4. It's really clear. When you take out the knowledge out of the measurement of intelligence, you get equity. This is all the literature that I could find on race and ethnic differences. Some of it's in test manuals, hidden. I've been persistent in digging and digging, a lot of times authors don't tell you. I won't name a particular person, a friend of mine actually, who has an intelligence test, who doesn't put the information in his manual. I don't think that's right. Actually, J.P. Das and I had quite an argument about this many years ago when I said to J.P., we need to study race differences on the CAS. And he didn't want to do it. He said in his, wonderful way, no, race is not a psychological variable, I said it's a damn important one. So I did. I did the research because I wanted to know. And if it didn't come out as good as it did, I would still have published it because we need to know. But you can see, CAS is very powerful in this regard. So, all right. So if you just look WISC versus CAS, it's really clear. I mean, it's painfully obvious. WISC is problematic. So is the WJ. So this is the whole CHC approach to things. Of course, the Stanford-Binet as well. They're all unkind to diverse populations. Even if that population looks like me, it doesn't mean that this won't apply. It still applies. All right. And then what happens? COVID. And we have more learning loss. So, think about this for a minute. If you give a WISC today, that was normed before COVID, there's going to be a COVID effect as well as the knowledge effect. So it's doubly problematic. All right. I'd like to show you cases as we go through today and tomorrow. We'll show lots of cases. I always like to have a picture. It's never the real person for obvious reasons, right? It's never the real name, but I like to have pictures of people. So this is actually a boy that was evaluated by my co-author, Tulio Otero. And he was classified as, what's the term here? Intellectual disability? Is that the term that we use here? Yes? Okay. So that's what he was classified as, based upon, the things that he was given before. He's having a lot of difficulty following directions and paying attention. And you can see, here is his WISC score. Here, WISC, 73 on the verbal side, like Amanda, the Navajo child, in a lot of ways. And here are his CAS scores. 79 in successive and 85 in attention. The picture changes when you give the CAS. You see what you haven't seen before. And that makes the difference, right? The test you choose determines what you find out, which determines what happens to the student. The key is the tool that you choose. All right. And I always like to graph the scores across the different tests and see what's all at the bottom. So academics, the first score here of 79 for successive. So you can see these are the weaknesses, these are the strengths, right? Simultaneous, 98. Planning, 91. We use these strengths to manage the weaknesses. Okay. Now, I have this system which I call discrepancy consistency method to understand a learning disability. And the way that it works is, I have this in the wrong. All right. Wait 1 second. Sorry to jump around here. All right. I will come back in a few minutes and talk about this. Let me just go forward here. So I looked at the WISC-5 Scandinavian Manual for Intellectual Impairment. Look at the data on WISC-5. Children with intellectual impairment, from this table, I can't read which table it is, but Gunvor sent me this table. Look what's happening. Clearly, this low verbal score is inconsistent with these others, and it's reflecting that many of these people who are identified as intellectually impaired are probably falsely identified because of the impact of this. Does that make sense? Yes, right? So let me show you. I published a paper with the WISC and the CAS a long time ago in the American Journal of Mental Retardation with my colleague Johannes Royan. And what we found when we looked at whites versus blacks, that white children had similar verbal and nonverbal scores on the WISC. Black kids didn't. And when we looked at the CAS scores, we found that there were many black kids who had high CAS scores that would not have been identified as intellectually disabled had they been given the CAS instead of the WISC. That really bothers me to know people would, some parent was told, I'm sorry, but your child is intellectually disabled when they weren't. That's sad. In the US, we have too many black children identified as intellectually impaired. And that's because of the IQ tests that are typically used. And the opposite is true for gifted children. Too few children of color are in gifted for the same reason, because they also are incorrectly evaluated, and they don't look as smart as they really are. I'm going to come back and talk to you a little bit about that. So the practical impact. The test you choose determines the results you get, the decisions you make, and the future of that student. I'm going to pause now and let you ask me questions. Timos, thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Let's break the ice with the first question here. We perhaps, some of us perhaps know this work for years, and it keeps developing, so this is very important. How would this correlate with the diagnostic system that we use nowadays? Meaning, for instance, DSM-5 in this case, or any categorical distinctions. Race and gender definitely is one side of the coin, but we have also the other side, and I would like a response on that.
The other side being what, Timos?
About the categorical distinctions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and DSM use.
Yeah. Look, CAS is an intelligence test. It's a really different one. Today I drove here in an electric car. It's a car, but it's not like my car, right? It's still a car. CAS is an intelligence test. It's our effort at redefining intelligence and measuring it according to that definition, right? You know this very well. So when DSM says, you need an intelligence test score of X, Y, or Z, use those same scores. The scores, the mathematics are the same. The mathematics of norming are identical, but the ingredients are different. And that's what makes them so good. Great question, Timos. Thank you. Morton, are there any questions in the online group?
Not yet. We are 20 seconds delay on the recording.
Okay.
So
Well,
they will ask afterwards. We have just some setting.
okay. I think there's another question. Thank you.
I was thinking about Vygotsky and his research about language, that it's a very important part of intelligence and how we think and how we learn. So how much place should language take as a part of the assessment and understanding the intelligence? That is an interesting question, because we have lots of children that struggle with language, and we need to find out how we can help them as well. So it's a interesting topic to talk about as well.
Yes, very important. So one of my favorite books of Luria's is Language and Cognition. When I wrote the verbal spatial relation subtests for the CAS, I had Language and Cognition open, and a couple of other Luria books, but that was the place that I was looking at most because of the concept of merging the visual spatial with the verbal component. Should we know the child's vocabulary and information? Yes, absolutely. But use an achievement test for that. Don't use an intelligence test and call it intelligence. That's the distinction. Should you know if they're good in verbal? Always. Even if you just gave a simple picture vocabulary test to know do they have a pretty good vocabulary, that would be fine. But keep in mind, we do have verbal aspects in the CAS, right? With the sentence questions, which is really a syntax test. So yes, we don't discount the value of language. We say it needs to be evaluated separately and not blended in to a measurement of thinking. Great question. Thank you so much for asking that. Okay, let's take a few more steps. Is it possible I'm wrong? Yes, it's possible. Is there evidence that I might be right? I need to test my hypothesis. Now, when I showed you the differences for all the different intelligence tests, you could argue, well, the CAS is different from the WISC, so if you really want to test your hypothesis that it's the knowledge, you should have a general intelligence test that you can compare to the WISC. And you should measure verbal and quantitative like was measured in the Army Alpha and the Army Beta, if you really want to test your hypothesis, right? Doesn't that make sense from an experimental standpoint? Yes? Yes, I see some heads move. Thank you. All right. So, 2 days ago, I published 3 more tests. And these are in a different space, so to speak. These are about identification of gifted children. And what I did with 2 colleagues is we created a verbal test that can be solved regardless of the language a person speaks. A new nonverbal test, like the ones I've published since 1985, and a quantitative test that can be solved regardless of the language a person speaks. So in other words, Army Alpha, Army Beta, what Wechsler used, but in such a way that formal knowledge is not required. So I'll show you. We explicitly made tests for equitable identification of students from diverse cultural, linguistic, and socioeconomic background. We're measuring general ability, but here's what we did. You know, knowledge is very important in the instructions too, right? We often think, well, it's just the questions in the test, but it's really not. probably the best example, remember the paper folding subtest on the Stanford Binet, right? The directions for that are so verbose. Many times, verbal instructions demand verbal comprehension and knowledge of verbal concepts. We took that all out. We have animated instructions. I'll show you what it looks like here in a minute. We did not have any test questions that required academic knowledge, very basic knowledge. As I mentioned, any language and multiple choice, so there's no verbal expression required either. So I really want to test if we measure general ability in a traditional way, but we don't require the knowledge, the heavy knowledge piece, would we get equity? That's my hypothesis. So here are the 3 tests that we published a few days ago. The verbal test, the nonverbal test, and the quantitative test. Simple. Well, let me show you the, oh shoot, I don't have the animation here. The task is which one doesn't go with the others. What's the verbal concept? That's empty, that's empty, that's empty, that's empty, that's empty, that's full. And in the video that is shown, there's a little cartoon character, and it moves a mouse, moves it on the screen, selects the correct answer, goes to the next one. No audio necessary. The kids watch, they do that video, they can watch as many times as they want, and they understand the task. We actually, in the animation, we actually pull these we pull these together and let the answer pulsate, and then put it back, and then, so it's really clear what they need to do. Same thing on here, same thing on here. So now here's really the bottom line. What evidence do I have? You know, we don't ask that question enough as audiences. Where is your evidence? It's a good question to always ask. Well, I have 3 research studies. Not 1, not 2, but 3. So we have replication. What do? We ask the same question 3 times, same group of questions. Do you get sex differences, race differences, ethnic differences, or parental education differences? We asked it for the verbal test for a sample of almost 2,500 kids. For the nonverbal test, 3,600 kids. Quantitative test, almost 3,000 kids. No gender differences, no race or ethnic differences, no parental education level differences. So when we put these tests on the same, in the same portion of this slide that I showed you a few minutes ago, this is really the modern version of Kogat and Whisk and Stanford Binet and Otis Lennon. And with 3 research studies, we showed really clearly that if you take the knowledge out, you get equity. And the same with the CAS. So I feel very, very confident that the problem with traditional intelligence tests is their conceptualization from the beginning. And Terman was wrong when he said verbal was the highest form of thinking. He was wrong. It just confounded our measurement of intelligence for 100 years and all the kids who we've misidentified. Not only all the kids that we've misidentified, but think of how those tests have influenced our thinking as a society about different people. That's why APA recently released an apology to people of color for the way in which psychologists have misled society about the differences in people. We can do better. Again, so you notice I give you a chunk of information, I pause for questions. I learned this from the best presenter I ever heard speak, who's sitting over there. It's true. Questions, thoughts. This is the foundation, right, of PASS? That's what I really want you to understand why I did all this. Not just it's a new test and blah, 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 but why, and why it's so important, and how it really fits in the big scheme of intelligence tests. That's why this is so important to talk about. Kathleen said, "You have 45 slides on that introduction?" I said, "Yes, it's important." Questions? Tell me what you think. Yes?
I just have a comment about the language and our understanding of mental ability, or traditionally, because we have now many refugees from Ukraine, and I saw an interesting video in this morning, actually, when I was taking the train. There were some Ukrainian refugees that came to Germany, or Norway, whatever, and many of them are highly educated and have a lot of knowledge and a lot of resources that they come with. But they are being understood as less intelligent because they don't have the language ability that is socially accepted as high enough, because they just came here and they don't speak English that well, etc. So their self-esteem went down afterwards also. It's very interesting how we understand people and evaluate people by the language skills.
Yes, that's so true. So I'm going to clarify something. We often talk about reading ability, language ability, guitar playing ability, and so on. I think that's a mistake. I have the ability to play the guitar, but there's no such thing as guitar playing intelligence. It's a skill that I've been able to acquire from when I was 8 years old, learning to play the instrument, right? Reading. Oftentimes teachers talk about reading ability, or math ability, or science ability, or language ability. I think it's a mistake. It's the ability to use language, but it's not an ability. In other words, it's a knowledge base. And we have to be really careful, I think, as educators and as psychologists, to very carefully separate the two. Because if a person doesn't have language skills, I have virtually no language skills in Norwegian. If it wasn't for Morten and Gunvar, I'd be still in the airport wondering, where am I going? How do I get there? It's not an intelligence language. It's something that is acquired. Just like other things. I can't really play the piano very well, but I can play the guitar very well because of what I've learned. Same thing is true. So people come from one country to the next, and you do feel like you're impaired. And actually you are. Right? When I go to the restaurant, I can't read the menu. I don't know what I might be ordering. I don't have the knowledge, but doesn't mean I can't acquire the knowledge. And that's the distinction. So when you know that a person's able to think well, then you know that they'll be able to acquire, given the training, opportunity, and the motivation too. So does that make sense? Yeah, great. Thank you.
I have a question. Although I can shout loudly.
Yeah.
Okay. While you're speaking, my colleague here and my daughter, Figenia, being an athlete, she said, because in sport and in movement, we have the word talent. And what about it?
Yeah, the word talent is a really interesting one. Probably there are as many definitions of talent as people in the room right now. I would suggest that talent is just another way of saying accomplished, knowledgeable. People would say, oh, you're very talented, you play the guitar so well. Yeah, I play the guitar well because I practiced and studied and practiced and played for decades. For, decades and decades. I just didn't come out as a, newborn being able to play the guitar. I didn't come out with some, predisposition to be able to play the guitar. I had to learn it inch by inch, day by day, year by year. And I think that the term talent is often kind of blended with somehow it was a gift. Your brain allows you to play the guitar. I don't agree with that at all. I think it's a multivariate outcome. By that I mean this. I had an interest in it. I was motivated to do it. I had the opportunity to do it. My father bought me a guitar, but actually my father wanted me to play the accordion. I'm Italian. I had to play the accordion. I hated that thing. I had no interest in it. Some people might say you didn't have talent for that, you had it for the guitar. I don't accept that. That's my definition of talent is you earned it. You've earned it. Really great question, thank you.
May I follow up a little bit this
Yes,
question?
oh, you're going to ask me the really hard question?
Let's try. About talent and about achieving a skill like guitar playing or like running fast. Would it be reasonable to think that, for example, with a certain PASS profile, a certain PASS strength, for example, it could be easier for you to exercise and to succeed in achieving a skill?
Yes, that's a wonderful question. I think that our attraction to certain activities is influenced by exactly what you're saying. So if, for example, if you're really good in planning and not so good in successive processing, and you're being taught something that demands successive processing, you're trying to figure it out because you're good in planning, but that's not working because the rules are not clear enough. I'm talking about the English language here, right? So if a child tries to learn English by being logical and rational and looking for patterns, that's a problem because there's too many exceptions in the English language, right? You all know this very well. So I think that the interaction at the beginning stages is critical. So that's why I think oftentimes people, when we teach reading, we use one method and this half of the class does well. Then we switch a different method and that half of the class does well. What we're really doing in that instance is different reading instructions have different PASS processing demands. And that match or mismatch to the student is what is critically important. So for myself, I will just say that I wasn't as good in successive processing as I would wish I had been. And when I was taught reading in very phonics approach, it was very difficult for me. And I just was like, just tell me the rules. help me understand how all this stuff fits together. Simultaneous processing, right? But no one did that. So that made it extra hard for me. But somebody else who's good in successive processing, they caught on much more quickly. So you're exactly right, Gunvar. So it's such an important question. That the key is understanding the fit of the student PASS profile to the PASS profile of the instruction. I'm going to say that again. The fit between the PASS profile of the student and the PASS profile of the instruction is a key. And oftentimes, if those don't go together, you don't get progress. It's like when I was taking a foreign language and they demanded that I conjugate the verbs in a sequence and memorize that sequence. That was very hard for me. But give it to me as a whole, I can manage that better. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I
Yes,
add
Dimitri,
another
yes.
question?
Yes, of
And
course,
maybe
Dimitri.
comment, Jack. You know, I come from the sports area and I
Yes.
study movement. And to me, when I have a young athlete, let's say in swimming or in basketball, because swimming and basketball, they're two different games. Basketball is a team game. It involves strategy, body ability, and some characteristics. For example, a shorter player and a taller player would have definitely characteristics that contribute in different ways in a basketball game. However, the PASS profile of the athletes is one thing, and I would just urge this, your thoughts about this. We have the physical talent, as we call it in sport, because there are certain bodily characteristics that contribute to specific sports. And then we have what you're talking about, the PASS profile, which makes a huge difference in performance in the game. And when I referred earlier to talent, I was referring to some innate characteristics of a young athlete who is developing, and of course instruction and knowledge blend in with the initial ability, but the initial ability is there and it's measurable. We can measure it, and there are specific characteristics for each sport that contribute to identify a talent from a non-talent. So just as a consideration of this theory, because you know, I'm working on this field, and it puzzles me many, many times how these two blend or marry together.
Yeah, I think that's really a great question. And sports especially, certainly demand PASS, no question. And of course, like when we talked about last night, about the initial acquisition of the motor movement, very successive, and then evolves to more simultaneous, but certainly attention and planning all come into the mix. But I would just thought of this just this minute. You do a lot of stuff on motor movements. Think about playing a scale on my guitar. It's all motor movements. Very precise, small motor movements. There's motor movements in a lot of things, right? In speech articulation, right? And I would say a lot of it depends on successive processing at the initial stage. And it would be really great to look at which kids acquire which sports based upon which PASS profile. Yeah. Good, yes, we're exactly in the same place. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, great. Other questions, other thoughts?
Yes, Jack.
Yes,
we
what are
have
we getting?
something online.
Okay.
Yes.
And Senja from Slovenia, say hello from Slovenia.
Oh, hello.
And she has a comment or maybe a thought. A talent is not enough. If you don't practice, you can easily fall behind others who do practice. And maybe she wants your comments to that one. And I take the next person too. That's Alle from Sweden. And he's a psychologist there, and he said, my experience is that it is a good correlation with the score on WISC and CAS, so I use the two tests to have a better base for my diagnosis. I feel that a big problem for me is the students that are in the right school form but have a hard time in school. I struggle with the teacher's ability to make the necessary adjustment for the student to learn and have good time in school. What are your thoughts on that? That was the two questions.
Okay, so certainly practice. I'm just repeating what Kathleen will say tomorrow. Practice. Yes, most definitely. As far as the teachers are concerned, I hope that as we interact with the teachers more, and as we help the teachers better understand PASS and its intersection with instruction, that they will become more comfortable and it will work more easily for you over time. That's what, just this morning, I was speaking with several people here who said that the teachers really understand it and it's helpful. And so I would encourage you just to keep explaining to the teachers what you have, and that should help.
And that's what Nicholas is doing.
Right.
Many teachers in Sweden.
Yeah, and we'll be talking a lot about that. Other people will be presenting on that as we go through this 2-day event. So we'll provide you help. Okay. Let's take a few more steps then. Okay, but before I go, everybody comfortable? Are we good? All right. PASS theory. I think I've made that pretty clear. Not to be overly redundant, but this is really a key. This is the oldest picture I have of JP and myself from 1984 in Tucson, Arizona, where we met for the very first time. It wasn't the first time we met, but it was the first time that we met with the goal of developing the CAS. That was the day we first met. And we had some rules. Not really rules. We had some intentions. And the first intention was that we were going to build a new test based on a theory that we call PASS. That's the first time that has ever happened in our history. Terman didn't have a theory. Binet didn't have a theory. Wexler didn't have a theory. Woodcock didn't have a theory. Colin Elliott didn't have a theory when he built the differential ability scales, which basically was a version of the British ability scales, which was basically a whisk. Think about that for a second. I remember when I was taking courses in intelligence testing, I remember asking, well, what's the theory? Who talks about that? Spend a lot of time how to interpret it, or how to, but what is it based on? We started from theory. That was the beauty of it. And I already knew a lot about Luria because I was taught Luria in the 70s in my school psychology program at St. John's in New York. So I was right with JP from the beginning. We published in 1997, first edition. You could see that we were getting a little bit older, and then we got a lot older. But we're still here, and we're still arguing, measure thinking, not knowing. And if you're ever not sure, just ask yourself, if you're looking at the work that a student's doing, or a test question on a test, just ask yourself this question: what does the student have to know to complete the task? That's going to be a knowledge-based. How does the student have to think to complete the task? That's what I like to call the neurocognitive processes. That's what we want to measure. So, what I love about these definitions is that they're pretty straightforward and simple. Planning. Thinking about how you do, and here's the really important part, what you decide to do. Nick Goldberg talks about this a lot in his book on executive function. It's that the decisions that you make about how to do, that means you're using front part of your brain. That's the planning piece. When the student asks you, how can I do this? If you give them the answer, that's not planning. That's just remembering. But if you say, well, do you have some ideas about how you could do it? And they might say, yeah, I could try this. And then you could say, give it a try, see if it works. That's facilitating the use of planning processes. That's what you really want. Because that's helping the students learn how to learn. Attention, being alert and resisting distractions. I mean, that's really clear. Simultaneous processing is understanding the relationship among things and ideas. We sometimes think about visual spatial, but really a visual spatial environment is the relationship among things. It could be words. It could be physical objects. It could be where you are in relation to the basket that you're trying to throw a ball into. Or it could be your understanding of a verbal statement. Like put the basket under the table. And successive is all about working with information in a sequence, whatever that information may be. Maybe speech articulation, maybe remembering numbers, a series of numbers. But it's all about sequencing, tying your shoe. Too shy. Look at those beauties out there. Oh, if we could just test them all. We'd have a blast with that. Okay, look, if you're interacting with teachers and you say, I tested your student and she's really good at figuring out how to solve problems and such. She's able to attend and resist distractions, and she works well with information in order, but she really struggles with putting things together. That's why she has trouble with verbal concepts. That's why she has trouble seeing the whole. That's why she gets lost when she goes outside. She doesn't know which way to turn. That's ordinary language. It's not some kind of fancy psychological terminology that we use too often in psychology. And we didn't make this up. That's important, because what did Dick Woodcock do? They just make stuff up. They do another factor analysis, find some other little factor someplace, and they call it another ability. I think they're up to, like, I don't know, 70 or so now. It's ridiculous. You don't need all those abilities. All you need is 4. I'll show you how 4 is better than 8. I'll show you the evidence for this. Everything that I'm going to say, I'm going to show you evidence for. Of course, that's my own insecurity. I want evidence. I don't care how logical, rational, and reasonable it is. It could still be wrong. You know? Evidence matters. But there it is. 4 aspects, 3 functional units of Luria. Very powerful. It doesn't have to be complicated, as long as you have the right ingredients. That's what matters the most. So, I'm going to set the stage with Frankie, and we're going to come back to Frankie tomorrow, right? Again, real boy. Frankie actually was the first child I ever evaluated with the CAS. A terrific kid. Teachers loved him. His mother was a nurse. His father was the deacon at the church. He was also the teacher in the school. And he was having lots and lots of trouble. Teachers were doing everything they could to help him, but they just couldn't figure him out. Look at his self-portrait. Doesn't that tell you a lot? He's anxious and scared, trying to figure himself out. I tested Frankie, and he was good in planning, 94. Simultaneous, 94. Successive, 92. Good in math calculation. Peabody vocabulary test, 111. Well, of course, his mother's a nurse, his father's the teacher. Of course he has a good vocabulary. He converses like an adult. He's very accomplished from the verbal side, but he has a 71 on the attention scale of the CAS. He, inattentive type of ADHD. Stefano has really good evidence on PASS profile for these types of people. He'll show you that later. So low scores in achievement correspond to low score in attention. Good scores in strengths in cognition and in academics, significantly higher than his low score in attention, and significant difference between these good scores and these bad scores. I call this a discrepancy and consistency method, because the consistency answers the question why the student fails. You have to answer that question. Otherwise, what are you going to do about it? And you also want to know, where does the student shine? Where are they good? That's what this tells you. So strengths are important. So, what did I do? I did what I was never taught to do. I sat down with Frankie. And I talked to him about what I found. You know, I taught intelligence testing for years, but we never really shared the results with the kids that we test. That's the most important person to share it with. Why didn't we ever do that? I think because we had a lot of, weird ideas, but nothing that could really make sense to an 11-year-old. So I explained to him that you're good at seeing how things go together. You're good at coming up with strategies to solve problems. You're good at working with sequences. But it's really hard for you to pay attention and resist distractions. And this is what he did. I'm going to show you physically what he did. I still can see it to this day. He was sitting in the chair across from me, and I said to him, I found that you really had a hard time with the tests that measure attention. And he did this. He said, yeah, that's right, I just can't concentrate. Here's this 11-year-old boy. But then he said something really important. His posture on in the chair changed from this to more relaxed. And he said, oh, what you're telling me is I'm not stupid. Now, greater context. Frankie had an older sister with Down syndrome. So he understood that some people are not smart, right? And he worried. That changed everything, because what happens then, he's good at planning. And what does that mean? Well, when he realizes he can't get anything done because everybody in the classroom is too noisy, he says to the teacher, I need to move my chair, go into the other room so I can get this work done. That's exactly what the teachers told me. That he became a participant in the solution because he understood himself in a way he could never have done without my spending him with him 1 hour and giving the CAS. And I'm going to tell you the rest of the story later, because there's more to it. But I gave him a vision for the future. And his father repeatedly told me that every time I saw him. You know, you really gave him hope. You helped him understand. That's what you want to do. All right. Now, just kind of, if you want more about the neuropsychological underpinnings, read the paper that Tullio and I wrote. Tullio is the neuropsychologist part of the whole equation. And these are on my website. You can get them, book chapters. Let's just talk a little bit about each of the 4 processes. Mindful of the time. We're good? Metacognition, executive function, these are terms similar to what I like to call planning. When I read Nick Goldberg's book on executive function, there's planning there everywhere. And of course, it's frontal lobes, and that's what we describe when we talk about planning. So it's needed for setting goals, for having goals in the first place, right? For making decisions, predicting the outcome of others. Impulse control strategy, use, development, retrieval of knowledge. Planning is what helps us make decisions about how to solve any kind of a problem. Academics and social. Think about social for a second. Social situations are really interesting because they're usually unique. Right? If you think about it, there's every time you go into a different social context, different people, different dynamics, and it really demands a lot of frontal planning. So social situations especially, and life in general, of course. And then, of course, any kind of academic task that demands how you do it. Math calculation is a great example because there's a lot of ways to do math calculation. It's clear that that's the case. And a lot of my research is, I'll show you, on math calculation, although we've done reading comprehension as well. All right. On the rating scale that we have, that Morton and Gumver have for you, We have the kind of behaviors that teachers could likely see. And I think the beauty of the rating scale is it helps the teacher understand PASS. So if you're not using the rating scale, I would encourage you to, because not only does it help you get some indication of what the teacher is observing in the classroom, but it also, as I said, educates the teacher about PASS. So it's a double advantage. We have several different kind of subtests. I'll just show you one. Plan codes. I developed this subtest because I wanted one that would be really obvious if a child uses a strategy. That's what our planning tests are all about. Strategy development and use. So I gave this to Jack Jr. when he was 5, and he did the A's, then he did the B's, and he did the C. Did he use a strategy? Yeah, very clearly, right? Then I gave it to him at age 10. Watch this video and see how he does it. Ah, it's on the diagonal. So he did it on the diagonal. Yeah, the second one now. Watch how he moves his hand when he finishes this. See how he searched the page? Now listen to what he says.
Okay, you can stop. Thanks.
I did all the A's.
Yeah, that's right. Why'd you do it that way?
So I could go, so that's how they're all formed, and I just go with that.
Okay, great. Thanks, Freddie.
That's all you want?
Yep.
Jack was not very eloquent, right? He didn't say, well, Dad, I noticed that you put these in a diagonal order, and I should fill it out much more easily that way. No, he said, that's how they're all formed, I just did this. But it's clear, right? He thought about it. That is what we want to get at with planning. Now, what does Jack do now? He owns his own company. He never got an MBA. No one ever taught him how to be a businessman. No one ever taught him how to be a CEO. He figured it all out. He got more information when he needed it. He asked questions of people. He read books and books and books. He worked really hard. But so much of what Jack has done has been successful because he used his great planning ability. And he merged then. He didn't have enough of the knowledge, like we talked about the language, right? So he had to learn the language of business, the language of his being a CEO, how you do what you do, how you do what you do. That's planning. And it was predicted by that good planning score on the CAS. Now, there's a couple of really important things we want to talk about as it relates to planning, and this is one of them. This is Samantha, our now 11-year-old, as a 13-month-old. I want you to notice she can't walk unless she holds on to things. Watch how she comes to me. No language yet. Did you notice that she was being strategic? Watch it one more time and watch her hands. She let go before she got to the end of the table, right? She's anticipating what to do next. This little girl doesn't speak, is using planning. Now, my daughter Andrea was worried about her. Once she was able to walk unassisted, that she would try to walk down the stairs and fall, right? We've all experienced this. So watch how Samantha now goes down the steps on her stomach. Okay, something's wrong. Okay, she's getting information. You can do it. I'm giving her a little encouragement. And she's not really quite sure if she wants to do this. She looks all the way down. 14 steps. She's thinking, Grandpa, I don't want to do this. Oh, man. Okay. All right, I'll do it. You know, her little sweater's rolling up, and you can see her diaper and everything, you know. But But look, she's not crying. She didn't stop. She's controlling her thoughts. And she gets just about down to the bottom. She looks around, and she's done. So now, why is this important? Because the role of PASS is maximized when you're learning a new anything. Once it's learned, you do it without a lot of PASS. That's what a skill is. The role of thinking is predominant whenever you're learning something new, because you don't have the skill yet. Only over time do these two curves cross. That's why you can drive your car and listen to the radio, drive your car, talk on your phone at the same time, right? Because it's so skillful, because you've learned it so well. But if you go to a different country where you drive on the other side, then you're back at the beginning again, as we've experienced. These two curves are really important because it helps us understand that children with a certain kind of weakness will struggle at certain points. All right. I already talked about that. I'm going to go over that. Whenever you teach strategies, you should always give a strategy as an example, but tell kids you can develop your own strategies. You don't need to use the one I taught you. That encourages planning. All right. Just quickly, as far as attention, we used to selectively attend and ignore others. The difference between hearing and listening. Kathleen says that to me all. Are you listening? What? I was hearing, but I wasn't listening. Right? Important distinction. Focus and cognitive activity, selective attention, resistance, distraction. Sorry, I didn't know that was there. And again, the behaviors that teachers can see. Attention. Wonderfully evaluated by these tasks that are multidimensional. So when JP and I decided we were going to build these, we had a cognitive structure in mind. What should the cognitive demands of the task be? It should be multidimensional, and you should have to find one condition, not the other. That's why this is a good attention test. This is only a good attention test for Stefano. Easy for me, because I don't really speak Italian. I know rosso means red, right? But it's not automatic for me. This is a good attention test for Steph. This is not a good attention test for any of us in this room, from the Korean version of the CAS, because it's squiggly lines. So, Christina, come. Of course. My point here being, we very intentionally chose tasks and developed tasks with an understanding of the kind of thinking that's required. Planning, thinking about how to do what you do. Attention, how to focus and resisting distractions. And the best way to measure that is with a stimulus that's multidimensional. That's the one we use in English, of course. Multiple choice test questions demand attention because the answers are often so similar. In this case, the only difference between A and D is PM or AM, right? So if you're in a hurry or you're not really looking carefully, you get distracted. Oh, it's 6:22, you're done. Multiple choice questions. I'm going to back up for a second. Remember how I said before, look at the PASS profile of the instruction? Look at the PASS profile of the academic questions. We learned this from Pam Warwick's dissertation. She did a dissertation on math and PASS, and we found a strong relationship between attention and performance on the math test. And I was confused because we had found a strong correlation between math calculation and planning. But then when I looked at the test questions, I realized they were multiple choice questions. That's why attention played a role. It's how the question is rendered. See? This math question has a PASS profile, and that profile is demanding attention. I actually never really talk about this, Kathleen, right? We don't really talk about the PASS profile, but it just came to me today, so. Alejandro, oh, that's moved to part. That's not supposed to be there. Okay, this is not supposed to be here. Why is it here? Let's talk about simultaneous. Seeing the whole, seeing how everything's related to everything else. Reading comprehension, understanding what is the meaning of the story, simultaneous. Oftentimes, understanding the joke oftentimes demands simultaneous processing too. The nuance, how to play, geometry, math word problems, yes. Whole language instruction, verbal concepts, all simultaneous processing. And again, designs, seeing how things fit together. And of course, this is really one of my favorite tests on the CAS. Which picture shows a ball under the table? I just really like it. It's a wonderful blend of language and cognition. As I said, I mentioned this is the one I built. And Nick Goldberg wrote a lot about this intersection of knowledge and simultaneous processing. And of course, we have the memory simultaneous processing test, step 1, step 2, step 3. I want you to notice something. Language, visual, no language, memory. See that? Just keep that in mind. It's important. Why do different tasks use the same process, even though the tasks were different? They all demanded simultaneous processing. We did this on purpose, right? I mean, this was very, very strategic on our part. And we're going to come back to that in a moment. I want to show you something else. Successive processing is all about sequencing, recall of series of words, decoding, letter sound correspondence. You know how a lot of people say children with dyslexia, they have dyslexia because they can't do the phonological task, right? Can I see yes? That's wrong. They can't do the phonological task because their successive processing is weak. Successive processing is what the problem is, not phonological something. I asked Joe Torgerson, Joe Torgerson, right? He has this phonological processing test. I asked him, so Joe, is it phonological processing, phonological awareness, phonological skills, phonological whatever? Memory, right? And he couldn't answer my question. And that's because it's phonological is a skill that you learn or not. But what drives it is successive processing. And I'll show you the evidence on this as we go through, because it's not just an opinion. Okay, but here, so we have a visual successive processing test, we have a word series successive processing test, and we have the syntax test, sentence repetition, and sentence questions, which look like this. For the little kids, the child just repeats the red, green, the blue with the yellow. Stefano, would you say this in Italian, please?
Il rosso invertisce o rende verde il blu con un giallo.
It demands successive processing. I have no idea what Stefano just said. Right? But it's a syntax test. The red, green, the blue with the yellow, who got greened? So why did we do this? Why did we do this weird color word thing? If I said the girl hit the boy with a stick, who got hurt? You can see it as the whole, right? But when I say the red, green, the blue with the yellow, who got greened, you have to really be able to decipher the syntax of the sentence without seeing the whole. This is really, I think this is totally awesome, because we're able to bring language into it, but not the knowledge, right? It's not about the knowledge, it's about just understanding the relationships in sequence. Now, successive processing. I'm going to talk about two more things, and then we'll be almost ready to stop. Motor skills. Dimitri? I have... Okay. You want to ask a question?
Yes, I was thinking...
I was going to ask you a question, but you ask me first.
Oh, all right. With the green, yellow, green, the blue, and
with the previous, yes, the red, green, the blue with the yellow. Who got green? Oh, yeah. With this sentence, the question, like the red, green, the blue with the yellow. Who got greened? Okay. I tried to do it in Greek.
That was your first mistake.
Translated. That was my first mistake, yes. But then isn't it a question of memory, because it's Miller's plus or minus 2, 7 plus or minus 2, you know, how many nonsense words you can retain, and whether that would affect the, you know, the performance of
Yeah,
this
that's
test.
a good question. Of course, we thought of that. And this task doesn't correlate with memory. It doesn't. It just correlates with other successive tasks. And we're allowed to repeat it, so you can repeat it. And so.
Yeah. Who got greened, you touch upon memory. Like, because you have to go back and remember who got greened.
Yeah, but you can hear it again. So that makes it. By the way, we've given this test written and oral, and the results are the same. So,
okay.
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's really good. And okay, now here's where I was going to tell you something. Motor. This is a high school student's handwriting. Yeah. Kathleen and I were doing a week-long seminar, and one of the teachers asked about handwriting, what would be a PASS profile for someone this kind of with really bad handwriting. They sent this to me later. And I said, I think it would be successive processing, because that's key to initial, and here's the profile, 55 on successive processing. This is a high schooler who was in a special school who had never been identified as learning disabled. This person was learning disabled to the 55 in successive processing. They never found out till they got to high school. What a shame. Too many whisks, not enough casks. All right, so let's come back to this because I have to stop in a minute. Heteromodal association cortex. I was taught visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and all that kind of stuff, right? I was taught by the people who wrote about that in the 70s. That's not how the brain works. Once the information is processed, primary, secondary, tertiary, when it gets into the heteromodal association cortex, it doesn't matter what modality it was. That's why we can have a visual successive processing task with numbers, an auditory successive processing task with words, and the auditory successive processing task with sentences. That's why we could have a memory simultaneous task, a non-memory simultaneous verbal task, a non-memory visual spatial task, if you want to call it, right? Because it's not about modality. It's about the thinking that's required, because that's how the heteromodal association cortex works. Now, I told Gunvor that I would stop at 11. It is 11. I must stop now.
Yeah, but don't lose your energy because you are going to start again in a quarter.
So when we start again on part 2, we'll start here with your thoughts and questions. Okay, let's take our break. Okay.
Thank you very much so far. And then 15 minutes break for all our other needs. Coffee, for example. 15 minutes. Ja, ok, et kvarter går fort. A quarter of an hour passes quickly. Excuse me for interrupting nice discussions, but you'll get the opportunity again in the lunch break.
If I have one more minute, unless I'm not. Okay. All right, so I said that I would start with questions about what I covered so far. So let's do that, and then we're going to move forward. I have we have an hour to talk about the description of the cast, some details for administration, interpretation issues, a research summary, and closure, setting the stage.
Is it ready for questions?
Yes.
Please? Yes. We have one question from online, from Sabina. How can you identify students with the development language disorder, DLD? Second question.
Okay, just one at a time.
Yeah.
This is a really great question about how does the PASS theory help when you're looking to evaluate a student who may have a language learning disability. That's the question, right, Morten?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously a good language evaluation is going to be necessary. What tools do you have in your country? I don't know, but in the US I would suggest people use the test called the SELF. I've known those authors for decades and their work is really excellent. It's a good, thorough evaluation of language skills. And so that certainly is important. What you'd like to know is the intersection of language and cognition, because as Luria described in his book by that title, there will be language strengths and weaknesses that correspond to different PASS processes. And the beauty of looking at a student from PASS in relationship to their academic performance is that you will be able to not only explain the language difficulty, but you might be able to explain also others. Like, for example, student with low successive processing who has all the symptoms of dyslexia, the phonological failure, the decoding failure, and so on, oftentimes that student also has math facts difficulty, especially if the student is being taught to memorize math facts, like by writing or saying 5 plus 6 equals 11. 5 plus 6 equals 11. You know how we sometimes do that with kids, right? Well, you see the line that I'm building, 5 plus 6 equals 11, and then you ask the child, what's 6 plus 5? And they say what? They say, I don't know, because I memorized 5 plus 6, not 6 plus 5, right? Okay, so what we've seen is the student who has a language disorder, especially one that's related to phonological dyslexia, they will also often have math basic facts problems if they were taught that to memorize in that manner that I just described. So then the advantage is you can understand the student's performance not only within the language area, but also in the math area and probably others, because that person's probably not good in motor, like we already looked at with that high schooler who was fairly poor in handwriting. And those are the kids who can't remember the combination to their locker. They can't tie their shoes properly. You know, all those kinds of things. It fits in. It gives you a better image of the student when you look from the thinking, and especially when you can align that to the knowing. Great question.
Yes, and she follow up with the next question, and then she relate to the PASS theory. What will their profile look like? I think it's in class, and how can you support these students with PASS theory?
What kind of a problem?
The same problem.
Oh, the same.
Yeah.
It depends
That's
on the
a follow-up
language.
question, yeah.
Okay, it depends on the language. So here's what we would anticipate.
I think she's Swedish.
Okay,
She's from Sweden.
okay.
Yes.
So I can just leave that for Petri and Nicholas to deal with later. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe they know Petri and Niklas and heard their opinion on this one before, but try.
Okay, well, here's what we know so far, at least what I know so far from the literature. What we found is that typically reading comprehension is very much related to simultaneous processing. I've already mentioned the decoding aspect of it. Written composition, we know that part of the language is very much related to planning, but really all the processes as well. So that's for starters. Okay, anything else before we kind of move forward? Yes? What is your name? Anna. Anna. Thank you, Anna.
I can just ask another question about this topic and the next question as well. What about word learning or concept learning? What kind of processes does that acquire?
Yeah, I would guess that's simultaneous processing. That's really all about like word families and verbal concepts, yes.
Yeah. And another question is about planning. The first tasks that you showed us. I was thinking about processing speed when you plan. How much role does it play in completing the task?
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
No. It's not a speeded, it's timed, but it's not speeded, and those are different. Fred Haddad published a paper on that very topic many years ago and showed that speed, actual speed of, had no relation to that performance on the task. Because remember, if you measure speed, it's really a non-cognitive activity that you use to measure speed.
But why do we use time then on this?
It's really to get at efficiency. We have a formula that we developed that merges number correct and time. And on the attention test, it's number correct, number incorrect, and time. So if a student goes really, really fast and they do a really bad job, they don't get a good score.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Really great questions. Okay, let's take a few steps. So, when we developed the CAS-2, I really wanted to make it more than just a revision of the CAS. And so we developed a lot of different versions. The rating scale, which you have here in Norway, of course, you can use the CAS 2 8 subtest or 12. We did create a separate 4 subtest 20-minute version. And we are coming down the home stretch, so to speak, about a digital version of the CAS. We're expecting to go to beta testing on that shortly, in a month or two, hopefully. So what I wanted to do was create versions that could be used in other contexts. We do have a Spanish version as well. And of course, the Scandinavian version and the Italian version that Stefano will talk about. So we have 12 subtests. You can give 8 or 12. It's your choice. The 8 subtest version is powerful, just like the 12. It just saves you about 20 minutes. Usually what we find is about 40 minutes to do this, about an hour to do that. So if you want the extra scores, it's best to use the 12 subtest version. But if you just want PASS, just use the 8. It's very good, very powerful, and efficient. All right, the rating scale, as I mentioned to you, the rating scale is really helpful to help teachers understand what PASS is and to see if there's behaviors in the classroom that the teacher notices. So I already showed you that. I already talked to you about this. So when we get the online version, it'll be administration, it'll be automatic scoring, and narrative report writing as well. In English, for whatever value that may hold, but that's where we're going. A couple of things about administration. If you use the CAS, when you use the CAS, it really you need to pay attention to a couple of things. The order of administration is important. Why is planning first? Why did I put the planning subtest first on the CAS? Because those are the subtests that we say to the student, you can do it any way you want. When they get to the attention tests, we say you have to do it this way. So I would rather go from flexible to less flexible than to start off being very restrictive and then tell them, well, you can do it any way you want. It would seem confusing, right? So that's why we did it. Use all 4 scales always. Don't use part of the CAS. Sometimes people say, well, can I just use the attention scale or whatever? And I tell them not to do that because you can't anticipate what you're going to get. I mean, it's my test, it's my theory. I can't anticipate. I can have some hints, and I may be right, but sometimes I'm not. So the only way to really know is to test all 4. And if you use part, you will miss. One of the things that's very important about the CAS that's unique to the CAS also is this: provide a brief explanation if necessary. We've gone through with examples, we give an example, we ask, are you ready? Notice, I don't tell you what to say. I give you the freedom to decide what you need to say to make sure that the student understands what they need to do. Not how to do it, but what they need to do. Sometimes I've experienced in other tests, if the child doesn't understand, there's a script that you read. and you read it, and the child still doesn't understand, and the instructions say, okay, good, then let's go. And no, it's not good. The kid doesn't know what's going on. I experienced this many years ago when I was collecting data for my dissertation with a digits backwards subtest. And the kid didn't get it, and the instructions were very much what I just said. Okay, good, now we'll go forward. The kid doesn't know what backwards means, you know. So, this is I trust you to make the right decision about what to say. You might ask the student, what do you think you should be doing here, right? You may use it in another language. When Tullio administers the CAS in English to a bilingual student, he will sometimes switch to Spanish and talk to the kid in Spanish, and maybe just restate the directions in Spanish to make sure the child really understands the task. That's how you get good validity. Because if the student doesn't really understand, then you're not going to get anything worthwhile anyway. So it's really a built-in flexibility for you so that you're comfortable, that when you get those scores, you say, okay, I know these are good scores. That's important. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about interpretation. This triangle is really important. You will see, in the cases that we show you already, but as we show more and more cases, you'll see the triangle before, a lot, like I showed you before. What's the top? Strengths. We love the strengths. We want to rely on them. Cognitive weakness, academic weakness. This tells you why the student fails. You must know that. Now, excuse me 1 second. How do we define a low PASS score? This is an important question. How do we define it? We are going to look at the variability of the scores, and we're going to look at the absolute value of the scores. So, for example, these are just made up numbers, but just to illustrate a point. The blue line, this variability is significant, statistically significant. But the low score is average. Same exact variability, also significant variability. This is an 85. The red line is a kind of score that I would use to say, this looks like a disability. The lower the score, the stronger the statement. The blue line, it's not a disability. But is it a difference in learning? Yes. And sometimes a person like this might feel they have a disability because they got a really high score, and a really high score and a really high score, but they're just average in simultaneous. So if this is a student who's trying to learn chemistry, and the teacher's using a very visual, spatial-oriented method of teaching chemistry, this person's going to struggle. Right? Because if they're building three-dimensional models, this is going to be average, but the rest of the person is really high. So there'll be an inconsistency, right? Does that make sense? Okay. So I always make this distinction. You'll have to look at the variability and the score. So, 72, 76, 102, 98. These are the kind of numbers that make you say, wow, this looks like a disability. And one of the issues that you always have to keep in mind whenever you have variability is that the total score is problematic. The total score is misleading. To say, oh, the student's fine. She has a 95 overall. No, she's not fine. She has an 84 in planning and 111 simultaneous. So whenever there's significant variability in the 4, the total score you should diminish in its attention. And you should focus on the variability, because that's what matters the most here. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. All right. All right. Now, a couple of things about these strengths and weaknesses from the research. I don't know how many of you know about the research that Gary Canavay and Ryan McGill and others have done. I'm seeing heads shake as no. There's been a lot of research that looked at the WISC and the Woodcock-Johnson, the differential ability scales, to determine if the scales have sufficient variance to be interpreted. And the answer is no. The answer is that tests like the CHC stuff of Woodcock and the WISC and so on, even though they give you all these scores, if you analyze them statistically, you find out that the scores do not have any more specific variance after you take out the variance accounted for by the full total score. So they say the only score you should use for those tests is the total score, which blows out all the CHC, which blows out all the stuff that is on the WISC 5, says you should not interpret it, except for the CAS. So Gary Canavay, one of the people who's done this research, and what he showed is that the CAS, the 4 PASS variables, have enough variance to be accounted, that accounts for after you take out the total. In other words, they have support for the use of these 4 scale scores. So here's what I was mentioning before. So these are the studies that Gary and Ryan McGill and other folks that I've known for a long time said that these tests do not have enough variance to be interpreted. And just to give you an idea of some of the research that they've done, these are just some of the studies that they've done, and they've repeatedly found that you should not interpret the WISC except the full score. That the part scores of the WISC don't really have sufficient variance to be interpreted. And I will just I'm going to draw your attention to this because you asked me that CHC-related question. They went back and analyzed the original John Carroll's data. 1 factor. Of course, my friends from that group don't like this research, but I think it's legitimate and should be paid attention to. We can talk about that some more later, probably over a couple of drinks. All right, now, you might be wondering, how do I know about the variability on the CAS? How do I know about it, if it's significant or not? You go to my website, you go to Clinician's Corner, you go to PASS Score Analyzers, you can download this spreadsheet. This spreadsheet I created allows you to put the scores in. So this is for 5 to 7-year-olds. This would be for 8 to 18-year-olds. This would be for the 12 subtest version of the CAS. You put the numbers in. It tells you if they're significantly different from the average PASS score. Tells you if it's significant or not, and tells you if it's a strength or weakness. It's for free. You don't have to pay for anything. Just go, download it, and use it. You have it for the CAS 2, 12 subtest, 8 subtest, and the rating scale. It's all on my website. I created it so that the only place you can enter a number is colored in yellow. If you click anywhere else, it won't work. I locked the files so that you don't mess it up, which is really easy to happen. So anyway, so what this will do is it will calculate the average of the 4, and then it goes to a lookup table, the reliability of the difference between this score and the student's average is tested, and if the value, in this case the negative 15, meets that difference at 0.05 level, it's a Bonferroni corrected 0.05 level, then you'll see a yes here. And if that score is below average, you'll see a weakness. It's all done for you very easily. And then, of course, you can use that information, and we'll talk a lot about interventions. You can, that's what my Helping Children Learn book was all about. Getting that information and then using these techniques. All right, so a lot of this was kind of like the nuts and bolts, as we might say, the logistical issues. So let's take questions and other thoughts about what I covered just that last 15, 20 minutes. Questions? Everybody's comfortable? Am I going too slow? No? Okay. All right, then let's move forward. Do I have to wait 20 seconds, Morton? Maybe. Maybe people online, any questions? All right, if necessary, I'll come back. All right, so why do I want to share research with you? Because what you do will change the course of a student's life. You need to know if it's research-based or not. I may have said this already, but I'm going to say it again. I think too many people advocate in advance of the research that supports what they're advocating. So I'm going to tell you about a few things. Profiles. I've showed you the mechanics of how to analyze the profiles, and I've told you that the research says that the WISC, the CHC model, and so on, that those scales don't have enough specific variance to be interpreted, but the CAS does. But we need to understand, well, what kind of profiles do you get on those other tests? And so I have now, for several times over the years, pulled together evidence for 3 types of disorders: autism, dyslexia, SLD, and ADHD. Now, there's a lot of information here. So let's just go through it together. Let's just start by let's just start by looking at, oops, that's pretty bad. All right, just ignore that. Let's just start by looking at the WISC. Wouldn't you think that ADHD, SLD, and ASD children should look kind of different? Maybe, maybe not. Apparently, there's not a whole lot of going on there. Let's look on this is your CHC, George. That's worse than the WISC. Profile differentiation, right? Very similar. KBC, I have no idea what's happening with the KBC. I helped write the original KBC. And so I always had an affinity and affection for the Kaufmans. And I really wanted the KBC to work. It doesn't look like it does to me. Because kids with reading decoding failure are flat. Kids with ADHD are flat. It's just a matter of level. It doesn't make any sense. I've talked to Alan Kaufman about this many times, and we don't get an answer. But look at this. This is pretty crazy. So, ADHD, low in planning. Exactly what we know about ADHD. It's a frontal lobe problem, right? It's not an attention problem. It's a control of attention, right? Unless it's the inattentive type. Stefano will talk about that. So this makes perfect sense to be low in planning for ADHD. Autism, low in attention. This is consistent with research that was in the book that we published some years ago. I'm going to come back and talk about the difference between ADHD and autism in a few steps here. And here's the dyslexic kids. Look at these distinctively different profiles for students who are really different from one another. No real differentiation, no real differentiation, no real differentiation. What does that mean? That means you're going to struggle to understand these kids if you're trying to eke out something out of a WISC or a CHC model or a KBC. Because they're not measuring what needs to be measured. Sorry, I'll come back. Stand where I'm supposed to stand. It's hard for an Italian to stay in one spot. These are just like random error. It's really all they are. But this tells you something's really different here. And that difference is PASS is being measured. Okay, now, what kind of research do we have on profiles? Well, quite a lot, actually. Achilles Bardos and his students published this really nice paper. They found 12 profiles for students with different learning disabilities. This gets back to that question that was asked about SLD earlier, about different profiles. Well, there are different profiles. Students with learning disabilities and core profiles from regular ed kids. This paper I published, this was a really interesting paper, not because I wrote it, but just because of the results. Because what we did here is I looked at children who had been placed in special ed in the United States before the CAS was published. And I asked the question, do they have PASS profiles somehow? And in fact, they did. And I found that students in special ed were more than 4 times as likely to have at least one PASS weakness and a comparable academic weakness than those in regular ed. So somehow those kids really did have, profiles, and then they're in a class, the teacher doesn't really know what's wrong with them. What does the teacher do? Who knows, right? So that was the first profile paper that was done, published that in 2000. These are the profiles of different kinds of learning disabilities that Achilles, Enrique Amato, and their student Lisa presented. And you can see that they are distinctive, and you will see these. That's the key. You will see these kinds of profiles. We've seen them. But, whoops, autism versus ADHD. So you might know that I published the Autism Spectrum Rating Scale. Does anybody use that? Can I see how many people? Okay. When we were working on the manual, I said, we need a study with the ASRS and the CAS, because there should be some kind of connection between autism and cognition. And in the book that Sam and I published, one of the authors said that there was a cognitive component, and that it had to do with shifting of attention, not attending, right? Because we know they can really attend to the most minuscule thing forever, but shifting is really what the problem is. And that's exactly what we found. But what's really interesting is when you look at this profile on the CAS for children with autism, and you see they have obviously really bad, they're clearly showing signs of autism here. But the ADHD profile is like this. The only similarity is the self-regulation part of the ASRS, which makes a lot of sense. So I love this differentiation of the two, really figuring out what's really happening. And I'll only recognize Stefano, but I'll let him talk about this when he does. And when I was here in Norway last time, we had a really important, interesting case that was so much better understood after we got the scores from the PASS. Gunvar, do you want to speak to the case?
Yeah, you can do it.
I can? Okay. I can add. Was he 14 when he was tested? I guess he was, right? Reading was okay. Difficulties with multi-syllable words. Let's think about that for a second. Just from what you know so far, a student who has trouble with multi-syllable words, which of the 4 PASS processes do you think would be most important? I'll give you an example and then let you think about it for a second. The first time Jack Jr., when he was 10, and I went to visit Stefano, we took the bus from Florence. And we had to go to this town that I couldn't pronounce. And we went up to the first bus, and I said, call, and the bus driver goes, no. And I go to the next bus. No, stupido. No. Finally, I just showed the paper, That was a better plan. And the guy told me, 2, bus 3, or whatever. I couldn't say Cola di Fidelsa. I just couldn't say it, right? I couldn't get the sequence of the sound out. And that's what this boy was. He had trouble with multi-syllable words. What do you think from PASS is probably his problem? Successive, right. That's exactly a good suggestion. What do we find? Blah, 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 blah. He had a 60 on successive processing. And on the ASRS, he was not getting so many of the signs of autism except for social communication. But doesn't that make sense? How could somebody like that communicate well when they have trouble? So this was when Gunvar and Morten and I looked at this case together, we were all like, wow, the cognition helps us understand what was going on. Didn't they say that they thought he was autistic? That was the question, Gunvar, Morten, wasn't that the question?
Both autistic and several learning difficulties. And the school. Okay. Thank you. He has both autistic and he was also combined with several learning difficulties, and the school was more often thinking of the several learning difficulties, I think. But Gunvar, you can comment too.
Actually, he was perceived from he started school as a boy having general learning problems. And so he wasn't educated, actually. He was just kept in school with nice activities. And his parents were really concerned about that because they saw a boy that was able to learn. And that's why they came to us.
Well, again, the cast really helped understand him at a deeper level and understand this higher score in social communication, which is very important. Great. Now another topic about PASS profiles. I have a paper that we recently published with George Georgiou, and it involves smart kids, gifted kids, a good number of them, about 140. They met their definition of gifted in their district, in their area. We had Wexler and Woodcock and CAS scores. And I was wondering, well, are there PASS profiles for these students? Are they all really high or not? And, well, a couple of things what we found. First of all, we found that the correlation between the CAS and achievement was considerably higher than the correlation between the Wexler and achievement. This is the brief Wexler. So right away that tells you that the CAS is detecting something that's related to academics more powerfully. And when we looked at the descriptives, we did see some weaknesses in the PASS area. We didn't really see many weaknesses at all, of course, on WISC, on the WASI. When we looked at the profiles, what we found was that we had several instances, actually 12 instances, where the PASS profile was significant, which means that instruction should have been geared towards the PASS profile. And in just 4% of the instances where we found that the weakness was so low that it could warrant a learning disability. So it could be gifted and learning disabled. And just to show you, where is my... Okay, sorry. I guess, Kathleen, we're showing the other data tomorrow. I'll show you some more data from this study tomorrow with actual cases. But just the point being here that even kids who are really smart can have a significant PASS profile, and that profile has instructional implications and maybe in some instances, diagnostic implications. It can be really smart and have a disability. Right, and we'll look at some more of this tomorrow. Now, the other question is this. What other source of validity would we want to have to be able to suggest that PASS theory, as measured by the CAS, has value, especially in relation to other things? So, again, I go to the various test manuals and pull out information to answer the question, how does the CAS relate to achievement in contrast to other tests? Does the correlation between the CAS scores and achievement look stronger or the same? So to answer this question, I have a fundamental problem. And you know what the problem is? That tests have knowledge in them. So, as I showed you before with the Woodcock example, if you're looking at the correlation between the Woodcock cognitive and the Woodcock achievement, and they have the same kind of questions in them, and of course you can't really tell that from looking at these titles, right? So it's hidden. But we can take those out, as I did here. So this is the average correlation between Woodcock cognitive and achievement for all the scales. This is just the scales that are the least amount of knowledge laden. Same thing for the WISC, same thing for the KBC. But look what happens. No matter how you look at it, the CAS correlation is the highest of all of these. That means that 4 variables correlate at least as well, if not more, than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 variables. It's not how many you have, it's what they measure that matters. Then this article came out, a meta-analysis of all the research done, the 60-some-odd studies, on the relationship between PASS and achievement. And what did George and his colleagues find? The results clearly show that the CAS correlates around 0.6. The correlations are significantly stronger than the correlations reported in previous meta-analyses for all other measures of intelligence. And those tests are confounded. That's a really strong statement. That's why when people say, well, you know, CHC has all these different abilities, don't you need all those? I say no. Because these data are really clear, just as these data are really clear. You don't need all these. You don't need all these, and you don't need all these. All you need is this. And in 40 minutes, you can get something that correlates stronger with achievement than everything else. These are the data. And these are studies from all the different places. I just pulled them all together and try to, you know, put it in a coherent package, so to speak. Also, really interestingly, if you give the CAS in English or Spanish to the same kids, you get the same results. And over 90% of the time, you get the same determination of which PASS score was a strength or weakness. So the profiles have stability across languages. That's important, because profiles often don't. There's a lot of profile research on the WISC that shows that the reliability of profiles is really low. But here we've given the test in English and Spanish in counterbalanced order, and we get same results. And when we go to another country, like we did with the Italian sample, we get very similar results. Where we compared the Italian to the US, to match the two samples, using the US norms, virtually identical scores. Because it's not about what language you give it in. It's the thinking that's required that matters. That's what makes the difference. We already talked about test equity. So I'll just remind you again that of all the tests of its kind, CAS is the most appropriate for diverse populations. All right, so it's time for questions. It's time for, we have, yeah, good, just where I wanted to be, 10 minutes for questions. Yes, what's your name? Christian. Say again, please. Christian. Okay. Oh, wow. See, this is a successive processing problem for me. Chris,
just call
you.
me Chris. It's perfect. I think this is very interesting, especially how CAS might help us reveal students that have challenges and disabilities that we might otherwise not be able to reveal. Because I was working with a case where there was a student that eventually got diagnosed with autism spectrum diagnosis. But it took about like 5 years because they weren't able to measure what they needed to measure. They were using all these traditional tests, and they were saying that, oh, but the student has like a high successive. The student manages to be able to speak in meetings and everything, so therefore it can't be autism, they said. Oh. But after lots and lots of years and struggling in school, even though the scores were quite high on the WISC and other tests, they managed to find out that this student had autism spectrum diagnosis. And I believe this student, if we had tested with CAS, I think that it might have been revealed earlier, I guess. That's my guess, because that student struggled with some of those processes that are typical for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just like the student with the bad penmanship. I would have found that out years and years earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part that it's troublesome.
Yeah, and this was a student that struggled with school refusal and school avoidance, and they didn't know why, because the student was like quite smart, active, but struggled with,
Yes. Yeah, I feel really badly for those individuals, because they have an impression of themselves that's inaccurate, but they can't figure out why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering about the cases where the profile is quite even and low. What's your experience with these cases when you don't have these variations, but they're quite...
Yeah. If it's very low, of course, then we'd be thinking of intellectual disability. And we have found that to be the case.
Because I had a student where this was the case, and I wanted to give him some hope about what his learning potential is and strengths are, but it was quite hard because it was so even.
How low were they?
About 70 on the full scale.
Yeah. And if you don't have any variability, then you don't have any strength to rely on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hard. Yeah. Morten, do we have more questions from the online? Okay. So I've given you a lot of information.
I have a question, Jack. Maybe you can answer it in 3 minutes.
Sure.
It is you recommend using the core battery of the CASS-2 instead of the extended battery. 8 subtests instead of 12.
Do I?
Yeah.
Did I do that?
You did do that, yes. And I was jumping on my chair, you know. So what we tell is that you should give the 12 subtests, because then, if one subtest is spoiled, you will still be able to have some ideas about and knowledge about the index. And the second, for the successive subtests, you will not be able to find this discrepancy between auditive and visual stimuli if you do the basic or the core test. Yeah.
I don't know that I said people should use the 8. I said, if you have 40 minutes, give the 8. But if I was practicing, I always give the 12. But
thank you. That was the correct answer.
I guess I passed. Good. Are we done for now? Let's it's time. So let me just kind of summarize where we are today. So what I wanted to be able to do was stress that the PASS scales on the CASS-2 were originally designed to measure thinking defined as brain function according to Luria, the 3 functional units. That's where we started. And with the CASS-2, I just wanted to give people options. I think that the key is the fact that PASS is easy to understand. You can explain it to kids. I've seen Kathleen talk to 6-year-olds about aspects of PASS, and they can get it. And that's important, because remember, the most important person in this equation is the student, and that's the person that you have to make sure you explain your results to, because they'll get a different teacher next year. The parents, of course, the student and the parent, but especially the student, because once you help the student understand their strengths and their needs, you engage them in the solution. Just like with Frankie. Once you engage them, all kinds of things can happen. So I've shown you just very briefly that PASS scores are highly correlated with achievement. They have distinct profiles for different kinds of individuals, and you'll see how they're so tied to intervention when Kathleen and I and others talk about the intervention piece. I give you this discrepancy consistency method that'll help you get at learning disabilities, and those are the things that I think are most important, and the equity piece. And that's why it was important to spend a lot of time in the beginning to really get the context of where this all fits in from a historical perspective. So anyway, let's stop for now. We go to lunch. I assume we're going to lunch now, right? And we'll see you in a little bit. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you so much. And now Morten will give some information about the lunch.
Yes, the lunch will be served here.
I can go up here if that's easier. Okay. Everybody happy? I hope everybody took a little bit of coffee too after the dinner. We are ready for the time after lunch. And I'm very happy to introduce the next speaker, Timothy Papadopoulos, from the University of Cyprus. Timothy is a RIF Distinguished Professor at the Department of Psychology in University of Cyprus. He's also a founding member of the Center for Applied Neuroscience at this university. His research and teaching focus on studying neurodevelopmental disorders and their treatment. Timothy Papadopoulos is the project coordinator of the Horizon 2020 NeoPrism, CITN MSCA project. And in the papers you got this morning, with also the presentation of the speakers included, you can see a link to this project. The Cyprus Research and Innovation Foundation awarded Professor Papadopoulos the Distinguished Researchers Cyprus Research and Innovation Award in 2019. And we know that you have done a lot of research on the PASS theory, and now we are really looking forward to listen to you. The table is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Timothy or Timos, whatever you like, that would be easy to communicate. Perhaps from all this that Ganvor just have read, the most important thing is that I have been a JP student and his last student back in 1998 when I moved out from Canada and visited just for a semester Cyprus as a visiting scholar and stayed there ever since. But let me begin by thanking Ganvor and Morten for everything you have done to make this Erasmus Plus project a reality, and also bring or give us all this opportunity to be here and apart from enjoying very delicious meals, just to have this opportunity to speak about CES and PASS theory. So the talk today relates to the so-called CIA. And of course, it's not the well-known CIA, but it's the Cognition, Intelligence, and Achievement. I'll just touch on the ecological and cultural validity of the PASS theory, and then my dearest colleague, George Panoudis, will follow up tomorrow with the second part of this talk. But let's introduce ourselves. We are both from Greece. Perhaps you know where Greece is, but you might know less about Cyprus. So Cyprus is at the very far east end of Mediterranean, and perhaps the University of Cyprus is the southeast university in Europe. So we flew off there, and we arrived here in Oslo. But we left behind this beautiful picture. So I compete now with Jack, like which one you would prefer. But let me also add that yesterday it was 33 degrees. So it's up to you to decide whether you would like to be by the lake, let's say, or by this nice, very beautiful beach.
You win.
I won. Thank you. We're coming from the University of Cyprus and Department of Psychology, very young university, 30 years this year, and the Department of Psychology is just only 18-year-old since February 2004. Nevertheless, if you check at the Times, the World University Rankings, and you go by World University Ranking by subject, you will notice that we are already on the top 200 departments, psychology departments worldwide. So this means that something good happens there. At least we know that we are doing an excellent job with PASS theory and CES. But this is something that you will judge. And this is also the Center for Applied Neuroscience. We got infrastructure funding from EU and founded this center back in 2009, 4 colleagues of us. But let's get to today's talk. As I said, we will just move from PASS to CIA. And I have been thinking for some time about the most appropriate way to approach the topic, so I don't cover, overlap other relevant talks in this workshop. But I was fascinated to see that what Chuck Naglieri presented earlier not only paved the way for my talk, I could just shut it down and go without letting you wait for anything more. No, just kidding. So here we don't speak about the civilian agency of the United States government, the Central Intelligence Agency, but the Cognition, Intelligence, and Achievement. We study, therefore, brain and learning behavior. We study the maxims of this new CIA. The intelligence also as a cognitive process. We'll touch on these issues. So quickly to move to cognition and achievement and some critical evidence, the developmental and learning disabilities, and also just flavors about what we have been doing in terms of remediation to reach that final question, what we should be doing next. So let's take it one at a time, and let's begin with this. And I'll just introduce, perhaps you have seen this somewhere in the past, the work by Fuster back in '97, where he speaks about 3 axes in the brain, the bottom up, the right, left, and back front. And because Chuck said that we are using so many different terms, no matter where these terms come from, here we have all these regions that actually very nicely from superior, inferior to late, right, and lateral axis, and median, antero, posterior axis, we end up having the same type of skills that are very nicely described in the PASS theory. So the bottom-up pathways, for instance, play essential roles in regulating arousal levels and social and emotional functions. Right-left pathways are essential in integrating spatial, simultaneous, and temporal successive processing, whereas the back-front pathways are essential in receiving visual, auditory, somatosensory information, integrating them across different modalities, and navigating primarily working memory and planning. Therefore, starting from this, we have going a step further, based also on evidence from neuroscience, that we look at behavior, and today we will have only time to pay attention particularly to this, but also we have started studies on the biological system, and of course we pay attention to non-genetic variation that relates to education, culture, and so forth. So if we try to link genes to brain structure and intelligence, then we have to take a different route. Let's take these first maxims, though, and think about this CIA as an international and cross-cultural perspective, because there is an extensive research nowadays from Das, Naglieri, and colleagues, which covers 3 broad areas already presented in this workshop: intelligence as a cognitive process, developmental learning difficulties, remediation, and early on in research and practice, all these have been adopted as international perspectives. So we have all shown and demonstrated some concern about the most vulnerable and disadvantaged children, trying to improve the lives of these children, and especially those who have specific learning disabilities. To do so, however, we need to start from some short but expandable list of maxims. For instance, intelligence research shows a lack of understanding of, or acceptance of, or even willingness to accommodate normal variations in learning and behavior. And Chuck's presentations have underscored this. The unique learning histories also of individuals influence the way in which they manifest their intelligence. So there is a sort of a mutual effect. The conceptualization also of intelligence as a unitary ability does not help at all researchers and clinicians to understand variations of cognitive functions within special populations, if you think of that, such as individuals with LD. Whereas in the study and diagnosis of learning individual differences, the behavioral phenotype has descriptive value, no explanatory value. So we want to know what's going on, not only at the behavioral level, but what goes on behind this. And of course, specific learning disabilities are manifested differently over time in severity and in various settings. So if you get a child, for instance, who is a poor reader at the age of 6, will have perhaps a totally different profile as a poor reader like when he's ending elementary school. Thus, we focus mostly here on cognitive processes and outcome. And from one end, we have inhibition and arousal, very important nowadays in the research that relates to attention deficits. Working memory, short-term memory, information processing as we have specified those or are specified in the PASS theory, planning, but also processing speed. And I will just emphasize on this because it is a critical component and perhaps an endophenotype of the different specific learning disabilities that we look at. And at the level of outcome, we have learning competencies, but also learning problems, which are either primary or secondary. Therefore, the assessment of intelligence altogether in this framework can become the key to assessing the potential of any individual and also understand what's going on in terms of development. Let's take this first. Intelligence as a cognitive process, and let's think of this critically also at the cultural level. Because very nicely, Carlson and Hans had a great fellow, he's not with us any longer, had very nicely, through a structural equation analysis and modeling, had showed the relationship between how achievement scores from one end, established by standardized tests on the left side, with academic evaluations on the right side, and the PASS variables as latent traits correlated. So you say that planning and successive processing were very critical and very well how they were defined by the specific CES tests, but they were just in between low achieving and academic achieving from the other achievement from the other end. Even more, based on analysis like this, they came up with extension of the PASS theory model, which actually at the beginning when I read it, I was a little bit reluctant to accept. However, if you look at it carefully, of course, planning, attention, simultaneous and successive processing are in there, but at the same time, they have added a proposed revision of the so-called overpass model, which places more emphasis, as you can tell, on reasoning and rational thinking. And because thinking was a key word that we heard several times today, I would like you to think of that, particularly connecting it to attention, working memory, and the general intelligence factor. This would change the way we think about intelligence and considering also the role of language, comprehension, the perceptual also orientation that these two dearest fellows have suggested. Therefore, in short, if we take this or similar studies like this into consideration, then intelligence as a cognitive process would gain further attention if we expand on the conceptualization of planning as a higher order mental process to inform intelligence research better. If we point out the need to consider processing speed as an essential part of intelligence, and this is something that George will touch on tomorrow, and including also constructs of central processing speed, higher and lower order skills, necessary particularly for language comprehension and, of course, perceptual control and orientation. Because for the very favorite task, show me the ball in the basket on the table, the perceptual and orientation control also is into play. A step further, and that's the cultural now component of the PASS theory, goes into how we can perceive the theory within an eco-cultural framework. And here we have John Berry, a fellow with so much of work like in social psychology mostly, who seeks to understand the cognitive adaptation and development of persons living in a particular habitats, and also the universalist perspective on cognition in cultural context. So in this case, we look for some similarities across different populations and also some cultural variation. But this, to be able to be processed, requires that we need to take into account the human psychological diversity. So how possible is for a child with ADHD, for instance, to behave the same way here in Norway, the same way down in Cyprus and across the pond like in the States? Think, for example, that if you go, according to evidence that is available out there, to South Africa, you will find only 0.5% of children are having attention deficits. So something goes wrong, perhaps, in the way we define or at least diagnose this disorder. So there are some cultural and biological characteristics that we need to pay attention to. If we think of that and we try just to move now towards achievement, think very easily how a model like this one that I'll just show you could very nicely fit into your own mother tongue. Back in 2000, we had suggested that model driven by the work that has been preceded back in 1994 about the distal and proximal processes to word reading. And therefore, as nicely put earlier by Jack, like phonological processes, of course, are based and are relevant to successive processing. And with articulation to play, we have reading. We went step forwards and we realized that if we treat, for instance, simultaneous successive processing deficits early on, even at the age of 5, we can literally vanish any difficulties with reading before those emerge later on in the formal schooling. But even more, when we look at phonological processing, we have answered about whether it's phonological memory and so forth, because yes, we have now phonological analysis, phonological synthesis, with the first one require mostly successive, the second one successive and simultaneous processing. And at the level of articulation in such a model, RAN comes seriously into play. And RAN is the rapid automatized naming for those who might not be familiar with this particular area of research. This model has been tested and developed further and further, and here are some examples of this. But let's say that if you go into your population and you look at literacy, if you ask me about what is literacy like 4 or 5 years ago, I would say I don't understand what literacy means. But look that even the International Reading Association turned into an International Literacy Association nowadays. Thanks God, RRQ remains RRQ. The Reading Research Quarterly hasn't changed yet. But at the level of literacy, and if we follow kids from grade 1 to grade 2, this is the same, exactly the same sample, and we follow them for 2 years, we very nicely see that these two components, cognitive distal processes, tap very nicely on these two, and then together they identify literacy which involves both reading and spelling. A year later, we have a different pattern of relations. And this speaks about the developmental changes that we might see, which actually, okay, this comes from a typical population, but think about the child who has specific learning difficulties. Most likely will have a different developmental pattern as the time goes by. Even more, Jack mentioned a few times that simultaneous processing is perhaps intrinsically linked to reading comprehension. But reading comprehension as such is not a single term. We have looked at the processing demands of reading comprehension in young readers. I want to thank also Panayota Kendall here, a very close colleague and currently the editor of the Journal of Educational Psychology. We look at different reading comprehension tests. This is the well-known Woodcock-Johnson, so you fill in the gap in the sentence. This is a CBM maze. Every 7 words, there are 3 options. You have to click the word that goes along with the meaning. And then a free recall task. The child listens to something, and then as a teacher, you come to the child and say, okay, what do you remember from this story? And depending on the event that is triggered with this question, then you can tell whether the child has a really good reading comprehension or reading comprehension skills. Testing various models on this base, we realized that anything that, and we had to name it WM, but this actually includes successive and simultaneous processing, but mostly simultaneous at this level, if you read the paper, then it taps on this and it taps on that. Has no impact on a particular way of assessing reading comprehension, at least the way we usually do in schools. Therefore, at the end of the day, what is important is what is our critical factor here that we look at, like in terms of the actual assessment that we carry out. And if you take this a bit further, because this has to do with kids in grades 1 and 2, and you take this into the junior high school, so ages 12 to 18, and therefore that's why age is outside of this controlled in this equation, then planning and attention come to highly predict the performance on maze, which before, if you recall, it was predicted only by word fluency and phonological skills. Therefore, with time, even the models that we get with kids of the same language background, they have changed, they change, and therefore they tell us more about these distal and proximal processes and how they can inform our work in research and practice. And this takes us to the developmental and learning disability section. If you think of that, there are some very baseline things that we all know, and I won't go into detail about this, but cognitive impairments are there for RD, ADHD, reading comprehension, or math difficulties. And nearly every child we notice have some sort of working memory, attention, or executive skill deficits. And that's why these deficits have been the focus of research efforts. But at the same time, we see that working memory impairments to be related to specific aspects of RD, of math difficulties, and ADHD, basically because of the executive functions. So if that's the case, what I said earlier was that when we looked at different groups, we realized, and here is the work by Berninger's lab and ours, that these impairments are independent of psychometric intelligence. And therefore, children in the average range of IQ with SLD suffer from WM8 attention and EF deficits when samples are matched on IQ or IQ is allowed to vary. So the concept of SLD, the specific learning disability, seems to rest on 2 basic assumptions. First, that are not due to inadequate opportunity to learn, general intelligence, physical or emotional disorders, but to basic disorders in specific psychological processes. And that these specific processing deficits are a reflection of neurological and or constitutional factors. In our work, we have also noticed that if you look at the intact, which is the plus sign, and you look at the impaired, which is the minus sign, slow processing speed particularly appears as a promising endophenotype for the association of RD and ADHD, particularly when we look at comorbidity groups. So a number of different cognitive schemes come up which are very critical to help us understand what else we can do with the PASS theory in the years to come. And if you want to go further, just check a couple of other papers from colleagues in the field, like Kirby et al., who looked into this normal ADHD, dyslexia, and comorbid group, with robust group differences found on the first two factors. Here are verbal working memory and ADHD difficulties, confirming, of course, the definition of their groups. But then the EF showed marginal or a trend towards significant difference, and they had no differences whatsoever in visual working memory, nor attention between these groups. So why we come up with different results? Why these particular deficits that are so critical in the previous studies are not here? Or if we take the work by Evelyn Crosbigger, Van Lutz, and colleagues who have summarized work of Stefano here and others, very nicely you see that planning and attention seem to be low in ADHD, of course, in both instances, but they're not low in children with numerical learning difficulties or children with math learning difficulties. So is attention a critical factor that relates specifically only to ADHD, or eventually might be another sort of endophenotype that cut across different categories? We don't know that. We need to learn this. One step forward for us was just to go very recently and test precocious readers, for instance. When I asked my students to go and look for what we know about reading precocity, and reading precocity relates to the child who, although he or she is a 5-year-old and is in kindergarten, where they have no formal teaching of letters, words whatsoever, that child can read everything and anything you give to him or her. So this is reading precocity. And when we looked at papers out there, the first publication was sometime around 1983-85, Jacobson and someone else in Journal of Educational Psychology, and there were only 13 papers, nothing else. And all these 13 papers were looking at the linguistic advantage of the precocious readers. None had looked into the cognitive or perhaps cognitive advantage of this. And we ended up finding that both linguistic and cognitive abilities, independent on verbal ability, underlie individual differences in reading precocity. Likewise, we tested a bunch of kids to come up with 4 distinct groups of poor readers, poor spellers, poor readers, good spellers, good readers, poor spellers, good readers, good spellers, because these groups are not all the same SLD groups, are different. And how they are different? They are determined by the role of linguistic and cognitive skills that we looked at in the dissociation of reading and spelling deficits, at least in Greek. And that's why we speak about a consistent orthography. Altogether, taking these results, 3 factors came up as important. And I think George will touch on this tomorrow because we have limited time for this. But planning, attention, and working memory, as we define it through simultaneous successive processing, have been very central to defining the performance of these different type of groups. Therefore, we need to think of different abilities in terms of the groupings that we look at. And of course, what Jack touched on earlier, it is important to look and appreciate the value of case studies. And this comes actually from a book chapter where Naglieri and Otto are looking into Dennis, another little young fellow
was referred for a psychological evaluation by his physician to assist with planning for current and future high school needs, given inconsistent academic performance and problems in school and home. Look, distractibility, forgetfulness, and inattention. But one thing that we get out from here is that when we look at the CES planning and attention, the scores are pretty good, let's say, in terms of we need the CES because it's more conservative than other measures, like here you see with the CFI how it indicates particular deficits, for instance, in attention for this kid. So it is important that we look at those cases, and we have plenty of data, of course, on that, on this ground. And this takes us a little bit longer about the ecological validity of the PASS theory, because yes, we identify these kids, we conclude with some cognitive abilities or deficits, but the point is what we can do to further support their development. And therefore, here we just touch on a little bit on ePrep, and I speak about ePrep because now it is online and can be used, at least has been developed with all the necessary parameters that relate to getting for every single click with the mouse and every single move and everything that the child does, how well the child performs at that level. This is a project that was completed very recently, about a month ago, in collaboration with the Department of Computer Science at University of Cyprus. But if you're not familiar with PrEP, and therefore not ePrep, there are two sets, set A, set B, which are parallel difficulty, equally challenging. So a child that starts, let's say, day 1, task 1, level 1, and succeeds 80% out of 10 different exercises, can really execute correctly by himself, like 8 of them, then moves to the next level, then goes up and so forward. If not, and the score is less than 80%, then goes back to level 2, but set B, which means that they take on a rotational basis all the different tasks that they have to execute, so the computer remembers the next time they come back where they should start from. That's an idea of how it looks like on the online, and as I said, is a project that received funding from RPF in Cyprus. Here are some examples, and are very directly connected to the original version of PrEP. JP Das was excited about this when he saw it, and he would like to test out that now in India, but we see whether that would be a possibility. And then samples of tracking and shape design, also tasks like this, just a flavor of what this entails. However, the most important, if not critical, component here is that the type of the microgenetic analysis network that we have developed based on pure math to collect data on a daily basis, on a task basis, on a click basis, on every moment, like what the child is doing, to address the problem of encoding the microgenetic data into a common data representational model. So we collect information theoretic metrics of instantaneous developmental learning stages, both of groups and individuals. And we have this mathematical model behind that allows us now to make comparisons about the intervention programs that we provide. So if a child begins, let's say today, Monday, okay, or today is, let's say, Thursday, but let's say it's Monday and starts, and until Friday, you realize that benefits not at all from this particular program, then perhaps something else the child is needed, in spite of the diagnosis that you have done before that. So perhaps it's not necessarily phonological processes that you have to support, but you have to go and support successive processing. And therefore, instead of getting, let's say, the so-called grapholearn, which is based on phonological processes or focus on phonological processing training, go back and give e-prep in that sense. So we collect this data, detailed data, every day, and this provides the smallest time scale of change that is tractable in this group of kids. Have a look how this, well, it's a 5-step mathematical model. I will just touch on this only on the basis of the PASS theory, but also the rate level proposal, first advocated by Edward Ziegler. He's not with us any longer. Died about 3 years ago at the age of 88, professor at Yale. And we have 2 scores. One is the performance score, which corresponds to rating of how well a particular execute a particular task. For instance, the number of correct answers during the execution of a task. Or the effort score, which corresponds to the energy or resources that a participant allocates to the particular task. And therefore, on the basis of that, we have some score comparability, but as I said, this is just step 1. If you want to know more about this, you have to read, unfortunately, the paper, because we have no time to look into it now in detail. But we start with a performance rank and an effort rank scores, and these are very indicative of the smallest possible progress that a child can show every minute, not every day, not at the end of each task, but every single minute. And therefore, we know that John has made it through. And therefore, we look at findings like this, for instance, in figure 1, with the proposed metrics to show that if a participant engages in the early stages of intervention, so you see a child that starts early on very poorly, but all of a sudden gains a lot and then performs pretty well. You have another child that begins early on, and by already day 5 is doing very well too. And then you have a child that starts here and benefits not at all from this particular intervention program. So this child should perhaps need something else. And we can have exactly the same for groups. And here we have comparison of PrEP and GG was the so-called Grapho game, now is Grapho Learn, is the Finnish group colleagues at the University of Jyväskylä next door in Finland who have developed that. We have compared actually this, but also we have given the program in 2 sections, like we start from cognitive training to phonological training and the other way around. So you can even tell within groups which is the group that really benefits most for a particular type of a task, okay? With this in mind, we can have these metrics and decide which remediation is suitable for which child. So we save humongous amount of time. We can do that and also respect the abilities and the capacity of that particular child. But the real question, and here we close, is what's next? How we can further boost the cultural and ecological validity of the PASS theory? Because this is tradition. Okay, if you think of that, the real question is whether the PASS theory, with its theoretical foundations, but also evidence-based applications, aligns and provides a means of validating new theoretical frameworks, particularly for the study of neurodevelopmental disorders. And therefore, I think that Das and Aglieri would also agree on that. If you disagree, you can tell me. That the true test of a theory is in the research it generates, rather than the number of people who believe in this research. Is that correct? So, reasonably, theories are temporary things. So they are meant to be challenged, perhaps remodeled, even discarded by those who follow. But the most important thing is not whether the PASS theory will last for another 40 years. That would be perhaps unrealistic. But is how it contributes, or its theoretical DNA has contributed to further research. And that's what I want you to consider now. For instance, earlier I spoke about processing speed. We need to have cross-cultural studies. Here is one of these endeavors with colleagues from Canada and China, Georgiou, Sipping, and Das. JP Das is on this. What we found is this little note here, that the processing speed, that the processing component dominates speed. How we did that? We had 3 different models. One was purely processing, so all the different type of tasks that we have in the CAS, to consider them as a processing speed component. Then we have another general cognitive processing, which actually had nothing to do with speed. Someone, I think Anna, asked earlier about the role of speed. So here in this model, we have no speed whatsoever. And then we had the third model, which was the so-called bifactor model. We had both speed and processing. As a matter of fact, this one survived a comparison across the different groups. Nevertheless, what we learned out of this was that processing dominates speed. Therefore, it is important for every individual, regardless of culture, to process things and then process them fast, in terms at least of the data that we have available. Likewise, and I will close with this, we have these marvelous groups of young researchers under this NeoPrism-C and the project, and we collect data, large set of data now, using eye tracking, using ERPs, and also combining these two by calculating the so-called fixation relation potentials. So we have a child, for instance, looking at a particular task. We collect the data of what the child looks at, and at the same time what's going on his head, and we analyze the data together. I'll just show you a couple of examples, but the whole idea is based, if you would like to learn more about it, and this is just only informational, the so-called research domain criteria framework that has been put forward by NIMH in the States, which is agnostic to categorical diagnosis, which aims to etiologically found classification schemes, and at the same time supports cognitive mechanisms underlying known DSM-related conditions, which may cut across diagnostic categories or boundaries. And therefore, on the basis of that, if you go just a very quick overview here in the cognitive systems of that model, you will notice that there are so many blank spaces here which need to be fulfilled by all of us who run who carry this kind of research. And 21% of these cells are unoccupied, which is the lowest number in this matrix of our dog. But what we can do, have these fixation-related potentials, which means a combination of EEG and eye tracking recordings to examine underlying components. Here we did that with RUN. Just have an idea how it looks like. The child executes this task. We have collected data with simultaneous successive processing now on this basis, and we analyze them now. But you see, like, the larger this circle, the higher the fixation in this particular area of interest. But at the same time, while the child looks at this, and we see how the eye processes this information, because the child has to name these letters, okay, we record also the data from the brain. And then we come into a conclusion about how these little sectors could really provide data to us about which areas of the brain participate in this particular processing. And very nicely, you see in this analysis that we have nearly like the prefrontal area here, which is very close to planning, if you think of that, and then also the area that Chuck was talking about earlier about speech, because there is some sort of articulation going on. Likewise, we have done the same very recent paper in brain informatics on phoneme elision, final phoneme elision. You have a word, you just say the word, deleting the final phoneme. And here we have also tried the machine approach, learning approach, how the child responds to particular stimuli. All these data, once they are developed further with a simultaneous successive processing for the time being at least, later on with planning and attention, would provide a very rich, we believe, and hope, actually, basis to know what's going on in the brain when they are tested on CES and the PASS theory. So how learning problem caused, and let's close with this. If you have, let's say, attention and arousal, and connected to where we began this lecture, we might have problems with planning, and then we might, let's say, problems with WM or processing speed, or even attention, you name it. But from the other point, like towards to the general cognitive skills within achievement areas, we have deficits and problems at all those academic fields. And then we have learning problems which are developing into secondary learning problems of whatever type. You judge, you decide based on your experience and the kids you have with whom you work. However, have a look at this. Where we started from the Foster's model, because this develops a vicious circle and goes back. But if we go, the model that we had earlier, look, the bottom-up pathway are up there, followed by the back-front pathways down there, the right-left pathways very clearly defined, and the back-front pathways. Go back to the second slide of the lecture and you will very nicely connect it. What we don't know yet, think about this. We have no clue about the unspecified, generalized disorders. We have more or less solved this enigma, okay? This riddle, but we know nothing about this. At least at that level, we would be happy enough to know using a very robust theory as the PASS. So lots of this work also in this book, if you'd like to have a look. Of course, I would like to thank people who have contributed to this over the years. Of course, it's not one-man show, things like that. There are several colleagues who are in different parts of the world, and I would like to thank you all for your attention. Questions, please.
Thank you, Timothy. And if there are any quick questions? Morten, you have some questions from the online audience?
It might be a question for Jack, I think so. But maybe, okay. Is it some questions for Timothy first? That will be nice. So, yes. We have from Åsa, that's maybe some sort of a comment or a question about Jack's presentation. She writes, low planning equal ADHD, low attention equal to autism, low successive is equal to dyslexia. Low simultaneous is equal to question. Yes.
So maybe we can let that question rest until tomorrow, but let's have it in mind. So thank you again, Timothy. Maybe we need some more time to digest, to be able to ask questions.
Yeah, indeed. I know. It takes us years to understand what we're doing, so 30 minutes is not enough time for sure.
So we shouldn't be concerned then. Thank you.
And that's a nice picture on the way here, right? Like in the sky.
Thank you. Thank you. So then there is a break. until 2:15, and then we will give the word to Stefano Taddei. Okay, may I ask the audience to please find the seats? So there's not a lot of rest in a conference like this. So let's be brave and really do an effort and take the advantage of what we get. So in the next session, I would like to present Stefano Taddei from the University of Florence. Stefano Taddei is a psychologist who teaches health psychology at the School of Psychology in the University of Florence. He has been involved in the PASS theory since 1994, taking care of the Italian translation and application of the PASS, and carrying out numerous clinical studies in this area, as well as in the creation of educational experiences aimed at enhancing basic cognitive processes and executive functions. Stefano Taddei has taught educational psychology and social psychology at the University of Siena and clinical psychology and health psychology at the University of Florence. And we are looking forward now to get presented some of your research. You're welcome, and we give the table to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, I would like to thank Gunvor and Morten for the opportunity they offered me to participate at this conference and to bring together an important a group of scholars who have long been engaged in the study of PASS theory. I was lucky enough to meet Jack with J.P. Das in Golitsino, 1994, in Russia, at a conference on Vygotsky, and to read immediately after and Kirby's book, Assessment on Cognitive Processes, and the presentation of a PASS theory. The discovery of a PASS theory opened to me a new perspective of understanding cognitive functioning. In not a case that we meet at a conference in Vygotsky, because there is a red line between Vygotsky, Luria, PASS theory, and also new perspective that we have. My impression was that the PASS theory responded to fundamental concepts of psychology and attributed to Kurt Lewin. There is nothing more practical than a good theory. And if you really want to understand something, try to change it. Okay. I think is something related to PASS theory, because it's very oriented to change. It's the same picture before, Jack, yes, but with you. Okay. The meeting in Golitz, meant for me a long journey of research that has accompanied for me for 20 years, and which today represent an important perspective for the future. And in the first period, the main work was the translation into Italian of the CAS and its adaptation to Italian context. To give a sense of novelty of the CAS represented at the time in Italy, that I would like to remind that I was ready in 1995 with the translation of the CAS experimental version, and I immediately suggest at the publisher, the main important publisher, Italian publisher, to publish the CAS. But I have wait until 2001, at the end of 2001, and become ready for the publication in 2005. I found a lot of prejudice or not understand well. I think in Italian I'm very able to suggest and convince, not like in English, okay? This is now the CAS 2 is in press. We hope to be available at the end of this year, and this is the line. The publication CAS in Italy opened a line of research that stay diagnostic. Where is? I don't find it. Clinical understanding, treatment and remediation, and also prevention models. This is the line of research of my line of research, also of my co-worker, mainly Bastianina Contena, that is a very precious scholar, colleagues, and friends. Okay. The PASS theory in Italia is important. Is an important tool to promote individual and group inclusive learning. When I met Jack and the PASS theory, I understood immediately. It opened a new perspective for inclusion, or better, for growing the ability and the cognition of everybody, of every student. I think also for elderly. Okay? But I didn't study that, okay? Maybe on myself, okay? The PASS theory in Italia had also a strong collaboration with the service of child neuropsychiatry. I underlined is a service of child neuropsychiatry structured in the hospital. Is the health national service. Okay, arrive at this service the kids, the people that have real problem. It's different maybe in other countries. For example, in USA, I know there are a condition, there are more presence of educational psychology and do a more first assessment. Okay, here maybe because arrive other thing. More than I have also the opportunity to study several hundred case protocols examined with the CAS and other standard tests used in Italy, WISC and so on. Personally, I read this protocol with the clinician that worked. I did like supervision for interpretation of the CAS. And I learned a lot of things. Frequently, there was a redefinition of the clinical diagnosis. My colleagues, when discuss the CAS profiles, frequently change opinion and the meaning of the symptom that they read. Collect PASS profile in a clinical context to identify specific profile of clinical manifestation. This material, we search to study and collect the clinical cases with similar diagnoses. It's not easy because a lot of persons, a lot of kids evaluated in this service have a lot of comorbidity. It's absolutely difficult to find ADHD, really only ADHD, or learning disability pure, okay? But we did that, and we try to identify for some condition. This is one of the first study. We observe about learning disability. You can see, what happened? We study the profile of 20 subjects diagnosed with DSA, the learning disability, without comorbidities. Particular difficulty was highlighted in the processing of information in serial order, a low score in the successive scale. This is the profile of this group. There is when we study this case, we search also to match with the American case. And it's very interesting, this slide, because you can see the USA profile and below the Italian profile. The same shape, different scores. We explain this fact with the information that the Italian case was very problematic cases. Stay evaluated in neuropsychiatrist services. In the school, maybe you can find a different situation. You have to take care that in Italy we don't have a special school, but all the students are integrated in inclusive room, inclusive school. Okay, and this is a particular condition that maybe influence this difference. But it's very interesting, the shape is absolutely the same. I was surprised. I have to tell that every time we study PASS profile, frequently I was surprised. I can show you other profile later, okay? We look ADHD is a topic, a classic, in my opinion, about PASS theory. in ADHD, all literature associates with the executive function problem. Okay, CAS in the CAS 2 more, but also CAS, the first version, is oriented in the evaluation aspect of executive function, because planning and attention, they are very involved with that. And that the definition of executive function is the set of neuropsychological processes that support an appropriate set of targeted problem solving. This is the line of definition of the HD. I maybe became faster, but cited the first study about is a classical. There is 1999. Paolito is one of more cited. Planning and attention processes seem to be involved in this type of disorder, but I wish to show you this profile. The group was relatively 20 subjects, more or less. I don't remember very well. You can see planning and attention are well identified. If you look different profile, it's possible with the cluster analysis identify 3 shapes. With a group, you can say group 1, the blue, could be remind problem planning and attention. The group 2, the red line, maybe remind more impulsive with the problem in planning, but also in attention. This is very interesting, this aspect. I underline that because in the next slide maybe some reflection too. And the number 3, inattentive, because it's, the focus of a problem stay in problem, in attention. I told that, okay, because the research support the interpretation that the ADHD would involve problems in inhibition and self-control associated with low executive function, planning and attention. The CAS 2, for the attention that they pay at the executive function, can be very useful from this point of view. There is another aspect, and this is very, very, another surprise in my experience. Was involved in evaluation on a subject with Asperger syndrome. Okay, when the colleague suggested me that, I was not convinced. I thought, was 10 years ago, that not really strong case for autism. I'm wrong, of course, okay? Because when after the 10 cases with Asperger disorder, this was the profile. But the data that was very, very surprised for me are this one. This is when arrive a protocol of every subject, I thought, but it's strange, it's impossible. Everybody the same profile, the same exact profile. Change the scores, but the profile is absolutely the same. It's very, very interesting. Look at simultaneous and successive, mean the high functioning of this kind of subject, but attention and planning, the problem that they had. that means new reflection about the ipsative evaluation, of course. And 6 of 10 subjects showed strength in simultaneity and 9 in successive. There is an error. Compared to the weakness, 8 of 10 show fall in planning and all in attention. Okay? It's a very interesting profile. Arrive Bastianina. Okay? Bastianina in this period helped me for collecting data. After the first experience with Asperger subject, Bastianina Contena helped me directly and became my co-worker. And we worked together long time in and we tried to do this first study about cognitive performance in autism and Asperger syndrome. What are the differences? The slide before were 10 subjects, now we have 20 subjects, new subjects, okay? And we match 15 subjects with typical disorder developmental, 18 subjects with autism, and 20 subjects with Asperger syndromes. And this is the profile that we obtained. You can see the ordinary people in the high, of course, but the autism is very low scores. The Asperger very similar at the group I showed before, but it's interesting again the attention, but also this distance. Okay, when for autism the attention probably was much more than Asperger, but also all the scores in the 4 processes are very, very low. The second research is published in Journal of Attention Disorder was the match between ADHD and Asperger, okay, and of course Italian standardization sample. You can see the same profile, but the difference gain between the scores in attention. This shape is very interesting because often a contribution at the perspective of DSM-5 open about neurodevelopmental disease, because Asperger, autism, ADHD are in the same kind of disorder. And this is a contributor for understand that this hypothesis is realistic. In this slide, I merge the slide before, the 2 slides before, where I match autism, Asperger, ADHD, and normative sample. You can see the coherence of the affirmation that I did before. The focus, again, in the attention, but also in planning. And the difference of, for autism is dramatically down in attention, but is interesting also that involved also DHD. The PASS scores of the three groups seem to support the hypothesis that a continuum of the three clinical groups in the context of neurodevelopmental disorders offering to a better understanding of this type of disorders, in which executive functions seem to play a decisive role. There is another study about borderline intellectual functioning. This is also interesting enough because borderline intellectual functioning refers to children with IQ scores ranging from 71 and 84. This category indicates a special focus for clinical attention that suggests a special need in diagnosis and treatment, but studies that have investigated the executive functioning associated with BIF have highlighted the role of inhibition response. These executive functions would be able to predict the low IQ. This is the rationale of the study, okay? The cognitive functioning of children with BIF and mild intellectual disability seem related to motor functioning influenced by the dysfunction in visospatial working memory. We study the profile of 28 subjects diagnosed with BIF, where examined use a measure of IQ, cognitive processes, and behavior child checklist in the form of a parent report for identify problem of behavior. Okay? The intellectual assessment shows a general weakness in the verbal domain. Okay, this is classical. This is definition of with a consistent discrepancy between verbal and performance IQ. The PASS profile of subjects with BIF shows, in line with the IQ assessment, a general weakness in the cognitive function. This one. You can see full scale very low. But again, the role of planning and attention is very interesting because successive is working well. Okay? We did in order to explore the possibility to identify specific group of cognitive functioning, a hierarchical cluster analysis was performed, introducing the PASS scales was variable and using average linkage method to identify the cluster. Okay? And three different clusters. These three groups do not differ in intellectual performance and present similar scoring to total IQ and performance IQ and verbal IQ. It is possible to notice the difference in their cognitive performance. Three different groups with cluster analysis in 28 subjects. You can see group 1, the group 2, and the group 3. Are not, there is a strong differences between particular group in this subject. You can understand why my colleague neuropsychiatrist call it change diagnosis. Is open a new perspective. The group 1 is higher in attention, and had better social functioning with the CBCL. The group 2, higher in successive, was the largest number of subjects, more than half sample. And the group 3, lower cognitive profile. I go a little bit back. Okay, this opened a new way for understand in a clinical way the subject you are under examination. The profile for BIF seemed to refer to a weakness in planning and attention. Attention generally low in some profile is a strength, and the possibility to identify the cognitive functioning of BIF seemed to allow a best clinical understanding. I finish with the clinical report, okay? But that means that open also a new question. What we can do is understand the subject. The better understanding of the cognitive processes of the subject is enough. Is a good help, but not enough. Because offer not limited to diagnostic evaluation alone. The clinic the practitioner need to have a plan, a project for help the subject. The CAS is an important, CAS tool, of course, is an important tool, but we have applied it. And we decide to set like an intervention flowchart. Using the triangle that before Jack show us, but focusing on the cognitive weakness highlighted, but not all. I go a little bit ahead because I and Bastianina, we like to win easy. Okay. The first intuition was, I have this kid have a problem in successive, we have to help in successive. But we understood immediately that this kind of approach is wrong. Open new depressive approach, because if I have problem in successive, if you suggest me exercise or play in successive, my destiny is the failure, is a faith. We thought in a neurological approach. We know that when old people have a stroke, for example, we have a chance to rehabilitation if we active area of the brain close and similar that can integrate the area damaged. That means that we thought we have to start with the process strongest, the process that works well, because he can help to bring up the process that doesn't work. And this is, in my opinion, is very important. And also, not the strongest with the lowest, okay? But the strongest, but second one. Because the kid, the student, need to be motivated. When arrived in the service, usually the kid have problem, is depressed, is aggressive, is unhappy, because it's very frustrated, because everybody stupido. Okay. you understand the classical approach, educational approach is, are not able in this task, repeat. But this is a great problem. At the first is okay, at the second okay, but after that means that it's difficult to do something. The focus on ipsative assessment, identifying relative strength and weakness is very, very important for that. Because we have to build a project that enhance the ability of kids. How many time? 5 minutes, 10? This is, I told before, okay, the strongest process of, and the problem in any way, open another approach, the materials, what have to do, what suggestion is not easy. We use prep, mainly planning facilitation, help children learn is like a Bible, okay, it's an important reference. But in my idea was to involve teacher for produce new material, new tools for intervention, for help. This is, I told before, is the alliance between strength and strength, okay? This is a very focus, the idea of association of efficient processes with other processes that are less efficient are a neuropsychological basis, the activation of the brain areas adjacent to those possibly damaged, allow the former to exercise a supplementary function with respect to those damaged and lost. Okay, this is the statement. Okay, I told that. Prep, I told before. I told before this one. We have worked in a neuropsychologically based model of teaching practice centered on PASS theory. And we start with teacher, with cooperation with teacher. We realized that the teacher worked in development of didactic path found herself critically reflecting on how and when the PASS processes came into playing the task. When this morning and this afternoon I learned a lot of things in the word of Jack and Timothy. Jack, when you told that the PASS in instruction is very important. It's very important because you have to understand how, is the teacher that have to understand the PASS. Is the teacher, is the adult that have to understand the brain of the student. And also the student may be better understand himself, a better use his ability. In fact, it was not so much question to applying a certain task, but adopting a gaze capable of seeing the brain of the boy or the girl while performing the task themselves. the teacher can offer the most appropriate suggestion and stimuli for enhancing processes. We start searching to build tasks. We change approach to build ability in the teacher. And builders search to offer a new vision at the behavior and at the educational behavior. We activate psychoeducational research laboratory. Psychologists and teachers working together in school activities aimed to enhancing the PASS processes. Analysis of the task, identify how and when the processes were activated. This work allowed the teacher to see the process in the task. This is some of products. Are 2 books published in Italian, in Italy, and emerge a model centered on neuropsychological training of teachers who working on the PASS processes and in executive function were able to support and guide the pupils understanding their functioning and thus facilitate the growth of the various forms of thought. This is the remedial approach that we found at the end of this path. This is a picture of one of these experiences. You can see the teacher that play with the movement. I look my colleague and friend Dimitra, look the movement, how they have to move in the space. And you look gulp. And now, this is translation, sorry, it's in Italian, I forget to translate it. But it's interesting because the teacher searched to suggest, to think. The slide after, but I don't put it in this presentation, was the description of movement in the paper. Okay, the kids have to describe his movement in a page. Okay, I think stay 3 o'clock is okay. Yeah, you can. Because I jump some slides because Christina before told too much. My son the same, too much slides and go fast. Okay. But the essential, I think I told you in any way. Sorry for my Toskish, but this is my ability. Sorry.
Some questions? Yes?
I like your figures. Can we go back to that figure with the 3 clusters that you had on BIF? Okay. You mentioned in the previous slide, I think, that one group was low in verbal, or there was a, or no, the previous one then. Just one more. No, you had 3. You had 3 groups somewhere, or 2 groups. Back. You had one with low in verbal or discrepancy in verbal IQ. No, in verbal ability and IQ. Where was that? One more? One more. Yeah. Yeah, here. No. No, you skipped it.
Okay.
There you are. What I want to ask is
that group that had this discrepancy in verbal IQ, in verbal ability and IQ could be matched to one of those groups that you have on the slide with the clusters?
The cluster was...
And if yes, whether that could be specific learning, no, not specific learning, but specific language impairment group instead. Like they have difficulties with
but in
speech and oral, at the oral level mostly.
But in borderline intellect, this one.
You had it somewhere.
The cluster analysis, these 3 groups. In group 1, higher in attention, in good social functioning. Group 2, higher in successive, largest number of and group 3, lower in cognitive profile. And this is group 1. You can see attention very high, and successive relatively good, because it's 90.
So none of the, for none of these groups you have any verbal tasks or verbal scores on.
But here yeah, but we don't, I don't report the IQ, the WISC results in this slide, okay? And maybe in the paper there is, but my point of view was underline the profile of this kind of subject, because it's a very interesting information, because the group 1 have problem in planning. And
so if I just change the question, if you had a child who has specific language impairment, okay, therefore struggles with expression at the oral level, oral speech, not written speech, what would be the profile you would anticipate to get on the basis of the CES scores?
We did an not published research with the subject with problem of language. And we found, but not published because it was a little group, okay? We found low in successive scores. Is a data can be explained in half, because they have a problem in understand like the impairment in ear, okay? And the score in successive was low, but was relatively good in the other processes. Was 8 subject, not we. This is the only one where we will be able to do, because it is a real problem to find subject, clinical subject. And also we had a good opportunity to observe the protocol of my colleague and friends, Carlo Benvenuti, is a director of a service in the east of Brescia, and observe hundreds of protocols, but the problem of language is not in very group relevant in this protocol. Mainly was ADH. Also, it's difficult to identify subject pure. ADHD with only ADHD is very difficult to find. Also, learning disability and half anything else is very difficult to identify. That means that the study is complicated because we had subjects very different and profiles very different in CAS. But this is the main important group that we collected. We had other data. In the computer I can find it. Thanks.
Okay. It's very interesting to see the differences that you found when it comes to ADHD. The ADHD group is which is very a great amount of variance, different types of ADHD depending on each individual, I guess. But you found that the ADD, the inattentive part of the group, they didn't have that dip in planning as the combined group had. Have you found something of the same pattern in your research, Jack? Yeah, okay, because that's interesting. Perhaps you are talking about two different groups here.
Yeah. There is a very interesting aspect that there is a coherence between Italian data and American data, more or less. Maybe some difference, but there is a coherence. Same shape, usually. This open, that is confirmed, the study that presented before Jack, that the kids of Italian kids are the same characteristic of American kids. When I sent the first data of a collection of sample, or normative sample, Italian normative sample to Jack answered me terrific, because was surprised of, was directly very similar, very, very, very similar. Only in some subtests of successive a little bit of difference, but because they are more verbal, of course, than the other. The shape in the learning disability is very interesting because it's the same shape. For me.
We got factorial invariance between the US and the Italian group. So.
Yes, and then I have to stop.
Thanks.
And say, really thank you. That's really good, and it's possible to read this afterwards, so yes. No. But please raise up. Klarer du det? Ja, du har mikrofon der, du.
Let's ask maybe the audience online to follow us in a little song with some movements, because we are not giving you a break, as you might have seen of the program before this last session. So are you ready? Ready. And we are speaking about joints and muscles and bones in our body. And try to follow me in this rather spontaneous translation of a Norwegian song. And we start with the finger joints. So the finger joints connected to the hand joints connected to the elbow joints connected to the shoulder joints, and that's how we are connected. And the other side, the finger joints connected to the hand joints connected to the elbow joints connected to the shoulder joints, and that's how we are connected. And then the bones, yes, the silly bones, yes, the silly bones, yes, the silly bones, and that's how we are connected. And now the feet and the toes. The toe joints connected to the ankle joints connected to the knee joint. The knee joint's connected to the hip joint, and that's how we are connected. And the toe joint's connected to the ankle joint. The ankle joint's connected to the knee joint. The knee joint's connected to the hip joint, and that's how we are connected. And then all body, the bones, yes, the bones, yes, the silly bones, the bones, yes, the bones, yes, the silly bones, the bones, yes, the bones, yes, the silly bones, and that's how we are connected. Okay, sit down.
And this is the introduction to the next speaker. She have just now trained a little, so she will try to talk a little about past processes versus knowledge. Should I present you here, like this one?
If you would, yeah.
If you would. She's my wife, you know, so. Gunvor Sønnesund is a senior consultant in Pedverk Research Center, and she has a master in pedagogy and experience from school at different levels and the school psychology service. Since 2010, she has worked in Pedverk Research Center, where she was the leader of the PASS project. That's a project to establish the Norwegian norms for CAS 2. And she is responsible for the certification of professionals in the CAS 2 in Norway, and has read about 500 protocols. 1,000 protocols. Okay. I have them on my office, so I know it's true. And she has been also an international lecturer in Nyborg's concept teaching model. So that's the Norwegian professor that make a really famous learning psychology, which she combined in a nice way. Gunvor, it's for you.
Thank you. So, as you can see, I have grabbed this opportunity to have an input. As you can read here, a tentative combination of the PASS theory and the Nyborg, the professor Morten mentioned, and his PSI, person, situation, interaction model. The PASS theory provides a certain analysis of the human brain functions or processes. And we have got an introduction to the theory, its origin and its applications, its research, and also its applications in another country than its origin. And all of this process-oriented. But researchers have studied human knowledge too, and how knowledge is related to brain structures. Not all such research is consistent in differentiating between brain structures and brain function or processes, like it's done in the PASS theory, and it's the PASS analysis of the processes. It could be interesting then to look at how the structures have been analyzed in equivalent ways. Before I met the PASS theory in 2005, I had for 15 years used the late Professor Magne Nyborg. He was a professor of the university here in Oslo. His PSI, person, situation, interaction model, as a basis for my didactical work as a teacher. Nyborg was also very clear in distinguishing between structures and functions, or structures and processes, as he termed it. And let us for a moment look into his model of what is going on in the interplay between the person, and the situation he or she is a part of when learning, actually maybe even doing other activities as well. And let us consider which relevance this can have for our practice. So please look at this little Jim. As soon as he sees this picture, something starts going on in his brain. Jim can be observed. We can see what he is doing. But there is something going on in his mind that we cannot observe. So let us draw a line here, like Nyborg did, to remind ourselves that even if the person is observable in the situation, there's a lot going on that we cannot observe. But science has learned us something, taught us something that we still can know and that we can use to understand this child. So let us then draw another line to remind ourselves about the brain functions. Let me see, is there a light here? No, maybe not. Excuse me. Back. The processes and the structures. Processes, something going on, causing changes. Structures, something more stable. And let us, for a moment, look at Nyborg's analysis of the knowledge structures. And then we need to give it a little bit more space. So he analyzed the structures in terms of cognition, or knowing, and also skills and predispositions, a basis for emotional and motivational activation. Some words were lacking there, I can see. He defined each of these parts of the long-term memory or the knowledge or the brain structures in terms of these concepts, this way of conceptualization. So we speak about cognition in terms of images of what we can perceive, concepts, conceptual systems, and sentences or fact. And a generalization of this would be that he used was to call it category organized knowledge. On the other hand, we have the skills. We have the perceptual skills connected to our perception and what we perceive. We have the motor skills, and we have the perceptual motor skills in which we combine what we perceive to a motor activity, like playing an instrument according to notes, dancing according to music, and so on. And a generalization of this, Nyborg called it sequential organized knowledge. And maybe you already can see some similarity to the PASS analysis, simultaneous and successive processing. So what happens in Jim's brain when he sees this picture of the Earth, if we try to look at it through Nyborg's glasses? First, Nyborg pointed to an orienting reaction by which the person put himself in the best position to sense whatever happens. The sensation activates a sensory memory, which in turn activates the long-term memory structures. This activated part contributes to coding, and we can recognize the term perception understood, for example, in the way Piaget did. And the coding also leads to the short-term memory in which we can keep the perceived for a short time. And of course, immediately there starts another activity back and forth to the brain structures. And maybe working memory can be a part of this, or this can be a part of the working memory. Maybe it's better to say it. And then something happens, the person acts, and this act can, for example, be, I can see Africa. My intention here was to combine Nyborg's analysis of the long-term memory, the knowledge part, the structures of our brain, with the PASS theory. And then let us look at the term orienting reaction. We can also find that almost the same term, orienting reflex, was the term Luria used. And he used that term in the second level of attention. So maybe we can adapt and use attention at the border between the outside world and what's going on in the person instead. And all these processes, like the sensation caused by the sensation in the brain, like the sensory memory, the coding, the short-term memory, the simultaneous and successive processing is part of these. Or opposite, those processes are consisting of simultaneous and successive processes. And it would also be relevant, I think, to relate this to the zones of cortical activities in Luria's writings. And it would be nice to relate it also to these planes that Timothy mentioned, these pathways in the brain, maybe. Finally, planning is involved in performance. So let us put the term planning on this activity that also can be observed, what the person is doing. But let us not forget that planning also could be a part of the working memory, as listed here. So this is Nyborg's way of explaining what is going on in the interplay between a person and his or her knowledge base when something happens in the situation. And it's interesting to see what G.P. Das says on this web page, on this web page, Human Intelligence. And let's look at it. According to the PASS theory, information first arrives in the senses from external and internal sources, at which point the four cognitive processes activate to analyze its meaning within the context of the individual's knowledge base. To my mind, this is really analogical with Nyborg's explanation of what is going on. So this is what I wanted to try out on this audience here. So if this combination is valid and sound, and we can think like this, it might have some implications. Because the content of the memory structures, the content of our long-term memory, might be influential on the processing? Well, the processes activates, and then the activated part becomes part of the whole thing, so to say. The content of the long-term memory also could become important for the processing and maybe influence the process demand or meet the processing demand of the task that the person is going to learn. The PASS processes are transversal, general. They are active regardless of what kind of sensation that is initial. And Nyborg also found some specific knowledge to be general. He spoke about basic conceptual systems. And actually, he was not the first to do so. Already Aristotle did. He didn't term it the same way, but he also spoke about the same kind of concepts as basic and as useful in our mental analysis, like the generalization process. Let me show you a list of these, and not surprisingly, shapes, colors, and so on is a part of these. I'm not going to spend time on using this list. This is easy to find in literature. I just want to mention it as something that could be important part of our long-term memory and of our children and adolescents, and of course, in particular, those who struggles long-term memory, to be an additional way to support the processing, in addition to those we already have and that have been mentioned, like the PrEP, for example. Each of these comprise a system of concepts. And let me take an example of a very simple system, like positions, the vertical, the horizontal, and the sloping position. That's easy to get an overview, the big picture of. When it comes to the system of places, position, or placements, maybe we rather should say it in English, are much more complicated, with a lot of possibilities of relative placements of things according to each other, as we know from the spatial and verbal spatial relations. This list has been used in practice together with Nyborg's concept teaching model by Norwegian teachers since 1985, and the last couple of years it has been kind of renewed because some of Nyborg's grandchildren actually have made an app in which this concept teaching model have been made available for a lot more of teachers. And there is also some research, in addition to Nyborg's, that really demonstrates how this is effective and useful for children's learning. It causes change. In the model, this could look like this. Some content of the long-term memory, not maybe as a part of the content, present content of a child, but as what we could provide for the child to learn, to make it a part of the knowledge that is activated by the attention, by the source from outside world or inside, the attention and the other past processes, and support the further elaboration, analysis, and functioning. So let me show you a case in which some of this has been used. it's interesting because it is the same type of children that we already have met, I think, both in Jack and Stefano's speeches. And we have met her this morning. Lena, the girl you saw this morning, she had a PASS profile like this. And maybe you remember her mother telling about how she was perceived to be a girl with general learning difficulties. And as you can see, that's not the correct description of her. She has an okay score on the other processes, but she has a cognitive weakness in successive processing. And I would say a serious weakness. 66 is a low score. And for a child moved from China to Voss in Norway, it is difficult to learn a new language, and a very different new language, in addition to all the other new things that she had to meet. We saw Lena once a week during some weeks in the springtime, from February to May, with some open spaces. Not every week we saw her. And what's interesting, it is related precisely to what you just have said, Stefano, about how do you address, which processes to address when a child has a problem like this. And to my mind, maybe successive processing is one of the processes that is very complicated. I don't know how to really address this process. But it's easier also to support and strengthen the other processes. So we worked on that. And I can give you some examples of tasks that we used. For example, we used the Nyborg concept teaching model, and the significant issue in this model is to be able to discover similarities across differences. And as you can see here, Lena is considering the two identical plastic sheets, and she agrees that they are totally identical. And it was quite difficult for her to see, okay, the two plastic sheets you can see in the picture to the right, they are not identical, but there is a certain similarity. And she needed some hints, and then she said, oh, yes, 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 now I can see it. This is red and this is red. And then to help her also verbalize it, okay, this is red, they both have a red color, then we can say they are similar in having red colors. And it wasn't easy for her to say this word, but she could manage. And of course, when she used the same term as we worked on other of these basic concepts, this generalization process and also the verbalization of it became more easy for her. We also used tasks like those Nyborg called analytic coding. And as you can see, a very simple game. It could be made on our writing table, actually. And here they have two variables, these figures. They have a shape and they have a color. And what you need to do is to distinguish between shape and color and verbalize. So here, Lena's question will be, who has a picture of a triangle shape with a yellow color? And she could manage that. And she could judge whether which of us had it. And she would also be able to recognize when I described it and she had the correct one. it's, to my mind, this particular ability or skill, what should we call it? We can discuss that. But to be able to analyze or to code in an analytic way, deliberate and verbalized, really seems to, not only in Lina's case, but in a lot of cases, to cause changes in the child's cognitive processing. And let's finally now hear her mother speaking about this.
Did you see any changes, any examples of changes you saw?
Yes, indeed. Just giving messages, passing on messages, and like half a year ago, I would never expect her to understand the meaning. But the other day, I decided to give it a go, and I asked her, could you please go upstairs and get the striped towel that's next to the sewing machine on the table? And she did. And it might not sound like such a big thing, but half a year ago, I could never have said that to her, expecting her to understand it. So that's totally new, mastering all those expressions and words, understanding them.
That's great. Yeah. Did you see any?
Excuse me. Let me do it like this. And this interview was made for the purpose of this conference last week. But the mother, she called me immediately after the first lesson when we had done the analytic coding, and she said, listen, Gunvor, something is going on. I can see changes already, and I almost couldn't believe it. Couldn't be for this reason, must be something else. But she has continued to tell about changes in the girl. So, a summary. The main questions in this input is processes and knowledge. PASS, and in particular, of course in general, that has been stressed earlier today, but this PASS theory combined with Nyborg's PSI model, and of course other similar ways of analyzing the long-term memory structures, or whatever we choose to call it. Does it make sense? And does it have any impact? And the next question, working on general or generic content like the basic conceptual systems and the analytic coding processes, can it be helpful when there is a processing weakness, a PASS weakness? Of course, these questions need further research, publishing, and please consider this input a suggestion for such. Okay? Thank you. So now I have no clue of the time. Morten, can you please help me?
Yes, you have 15 minutes for questions now, but yes.
If there are any questions or comments. Timos? Yeah? Here is... If you go over there, they can see you as well.
Okay. That nice graph with the successive. Yes, please. Successive tasks are verbal. In which language the kid got the successive tasks?
In Norwegian.
In Norwegian?
Yes.
And she could communicate, like, to be able to process?
Yes, yes, I would say
so.
So
you say that's quite reliable?
Yeah,
like.
I would say so. And I don't have a picture here, but you could see the whole profile and there was no you have also a visual task in the CASS 2, the third subtest, which is also a reason why it's wise to use the whole battery, the extended part. So there is also a visual task, so it's not only verbal, and there was no verbal-visual discrepancy in her results. But what we could see was in the simultaneous that she had a deep down in the verbal spatial relations compared to it. There was a significant difference from her mean simultaneous score. But
have you had the chance to retest the child like 6 months later or a year later?
I will have the chance, but we haven't. This was taken in, I think, in February, so it is about 6 months ago.
Okay.
But it will be interesting, of course, and also see the other processes after these changes that we can see in her behavior. See if it also can be observed in her scores.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the last session of the day. We are not going to stretch this. If there are not other questions now, I think we will say thank you. And I can see Morten has maybe some information of the practical sort. Ta med deg.
Not practical, theoretical. Thank you to everybody who has been presented. And we have invited you to a conference dinner this evening. Some of you have asked already. If you still want to go to the conference dinner and pay for that, you can ask Jenny and she will make the notes for that one. But I think that we should end, since we have this 10 minutes, just talk a little, chat a little with each other. Or are you too tired?
Could I please interrupt? You know, Morten, we have listed on the program after the suggestion of Dimitra for tomorrow to don't go home at 4, but maybe go downstairs and have a coffee or a beer and continue the chat a little bit for a while. That's always a possibility. And then, Morten, I don't think you meant to say if you still want to go to the dinner, if you haven't redecided that, I think it's still a possibility to go to the dinner and for you to decide that, okay, I want to be with all these nice people also this evening. So there is a possibility then.
Yes. I have get the right things. Please, thank you for this day. Thank you. Yeah. It's been really nice also to have the audience online. Maybe they are a little shy to make the questions, and they also have the problems with up to 20 seconds delay sometimes. So, but still, welcome tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and also for the audience online. I am following you all the time, so I can see what you are questioning. And yes, we had the last question that I think it was for you, Jack. That the questions was that you have presented something up here that says that profile is equal to ADHD. That profile was equal to SLD. And she asked, is it something that's equal to simultaneous problem?
This will be very brief. Yes. There was a paper that appeared a while back that JP did with some other colleagues who showed the relationship between reading comprehension and simultaneous processing. So yes, there certainly is that relationship and that profile. And we need a lot of more research into the more specific variability of different kinds of areas of knowledge as they relate to PASS.
So you did meant to say that if they have that profile, they have to have ADHD?
The low simultaneous processing would not be consistent with ADHD. The ADHD profile, as Stefano showed, would be in the three profiles that Stefano showed, combined, hyperactive, and impulsive, 3 different profiles.
I think we misunderstand. I jumped a little too fast, I think. but that is it possible that an PASS profile can not only confirm but set the diagnosis, set it up by the profile?
Yes, the triangle that I showed, we use all the time. If the low score is consistent with academics and the low score is well below average, then yes, that's evidence that could contribute to a diagnosis. Yes, most definitely. And the lower the score is, the stronger the statement. Yes, Gunvar.
I think a question related to this question asked from this woman or man. I don't know.
I don't remember.
I think you said Åsa. This
Åsa.
person, yes. Can you have ADHD without having this typical profile? And so on.
This is the really, I think, fascinating question. Think about ADHD. It's basically diagnosed on the basis of DSM characteristics, right? The CAS provides you a window into the cognitive role that could play in the behaviors. Could you have ADHD according to diagnoses and not have any cognitive PASS weakness? Yes, you can. That would suggest that your behaviors are related to something other than cognition. What you want to know, if the behaviors are related to cognition, then specific interventions are appropriate. And Kathleen and I will talk about that tomorrow, and I will talk to you and show you my research on ADHD and profiles and make this distinction. So to say it again, you can have the ADHD diagnosis, the behaviors, without a cognitive explanation. That means the environment is driving those behaviors. You can have the diagnosis and the cognition. That means the brain, the cognition, is driving the behaviors. And that's going to take you into different intervention paths. And that's what's really important about figuring out, is it just behavior or is it cognition? In which case, the behaviors are a reflection of the cognition. It's really important. Is that clear?
Very clear. Thank you also for this appetizer for tomorrow. Okay. So let's say finito from here. And then if you want to continue a discussion downstairs, that's possible. See you in this evening at the dinner at Lofoten Fish Restaurant, Fiske Restaurant at 7:30, or tomorrow morning at 9.
And for the speakers, 7 o'clock p.m. strike, we go to the fish restaurant. From the hotel, yes.